get why niggas hate. Why you mad? Why you mad? Why you mad? Why you mad? That's all I wanna know. You're looking like a joke, try humor at the most. Steady choking on your shade like a dick in your throat. Well, if you're gonna throw shade my way, maybe you should throw with a little more aim. It's a cold day in hell when they dirty up your name. They don't got no business talking in the first place. I'm freezing. All these fuck niggas on my line. Damn nigga, you almost wanna die tonight. Yeah, I'm the choker with a 45. And I know some niggas that'll never ride. All these bitches on my line. Damn bitch, you almost wanna fuck tonight. Let me ask you my biggest figure right. You wanted an autograph, all you had to do was ask for. But you looking like an asshole. Up on Twitter and you looking mad, whoa. I'm talking about me, but you looking bad, whoa. Like the ugly daughter that I never had, whoa. And what's up with these niggas? Got my name in their mouth like they're swallowing my children. I never got why niggas hate. It's probably cause I'm doing better than them anyway. It's probably cause I get they bitches wetter anyway. It's probably cause I'm living in there in a lower place. They're walking in their songs while I'm vibing out of space. Crash land just to take their girl on a dinner date. When haters see me winning, they just hyperventilate. They always try to stop me, but I never hesitate. Just follow all your dreams, and when you reach them, celebrate. That's the only way to truly make a hater suffocate.
Dreamed about it. You said a lot, but you never told me what you think about it. Yeah, just tell me what you mean. Yeah, just tell me what you see. Yeah. I won't say a thing. Yeah. Every one of my brothers on the team. Yeah, we just walking around, bitch. We got saved. I'm a diamond falling on that side. One of my twins called me, said he proud of the guy. Be high as fuck, I don't need to catch a flame. How these diamonds up, what the way they shine. Wipe them tears off your eyes. I told you everything gon' be alright. Yeah, I see the light. I see that light flash in the corner of my eye. I already told you this, but I had to tell you twice. This is a dangerous lifestyle, every day I roll that dice. Did it by myself, so no, I don't need no advice. son. I'm a diamond really, I see what's that bitch slang. He ain't understand. Link with the devil, told him I just need a signature. Need this autograph. I ain't here inside my soul, but I just donated it to you. I just had it all that shit on me, then it happened. Bitch, it's too. Bitch, I made a couple M's, not off rapping, yeah, but who knew? I don't got it blind, back to the left. Yeah, told you when I came, I'ma meet you there. You gonna say that shit again, but do you live by it? By the can outside, by the big body. Now I'm living like just how I dreamed about it. You said a lot, but you never told me what you think about it. Yeah, just tell me what you mean. Yeah, just tell me what you see. Yeah. I won't say a thing. Yeah. Every one of my brothers on the team. Yeah.
Got a big car, it gon' fit all of us. Bitch, you gon' need a meal and feature one of us. I don't wanna talk, no, I don't
truck, put on side of a hearse. Bonnie and Clyde got that Glock in her purse. We them boys to be popping them tags, bitch. When they bitch in my fucking gon' yeah. My Glock shoot it shot like a fag. Bitch, we know that you broke, keep tabs on y'all. Bitch, you tripping, you off in them tabs. Like a snake, bitch, we hide in the grass. Made this shit out of motherfucking lab. Made it easy, just shit for me grab. I want lip too, that's a job. And she sit on the bitch, she a shag. Me robbing the covered in red. Inside the ears, the bitch already. Let it be back and I put on them head. 1, 2, 3, 4 shots, we dead. 5, 5, 6, big bullet to the head. I don't even fuck nobody, what's the deal? I'ma lay back, kick back, pop pills. Driving in the coupe, I don't even grab the wheel. Swerving that motherfucking madness. Heard he said that shit. Swerving that motherfucking madness. Heard he planned that shit, bitch. I was just swerving that motherfucking toe. Tripping this shit at the motherfucking bottom. Yeah, see this shit out on the top of my body. I bottle, I drink, I'm a scuttle. I'm sipping on lean on green, I'm high as a bird, bitch. Yeah, I'm popping them motherfucking X with bitch, I ain't no nerd, bitch. Yeah, hold on, come and tell me what you said. And what you heard, bitch. Yeah, I got sniper aiming down at your head. You blurred, bitch. Yeah, I was swerving and devin'. Straight up the curb, bitch. Yeah, 7, send him to heaven. I'm talking to God, bitch. Tripping this shit at the motherfucking bottom. Yeah, so this shit. Swerving that motherfucking madness. Heard he said this shit. Swerving that motherfucking madness. Heard he planned that shit, bitch. I was just swerving that motherfucking toe. Tripping this shit at the motherfucking bottom. Yeah, so this shit out on the top of my body. I bottle, I drink, I'm a scuttle. I'm sipping on lean on green, I'm high as a bird, bitch. Yeah, I'm popping them motherfucking X with bitch, I ain't no nerd, bitch. Yeah, hold on, come and tell me what you said and what you heard, bitch. Yeah, I got sniper aiming down at your head. You blurred, bitch. Yeah, I was swerving and devin'. Straight up the curb, bitch. Yeah, 7, send him to heaven. I'm talking to God, bitch. Yeah, you don't know who we are, bitch. I got dirty money buried in dirt. Type of money put the boy in a shirt. Type of money make a bitch go berserk. Type of money make a bitch go twerk. Type of money I can ruin your world. That type of money it gon' take it, little girl. That type of money got me running the world. That type of gun, they better hit him, he barrel. Better shoot him up, but they in the hero. Roll him down and ditch him, I shoot barrel. I got my times, baby, for all of us. I'm a big star, call the astronomers. Got a big car, it gon' fit all of us. Bitch, you gon' need a meal and feature one of us. I don't wanna talk, no, I don't wanna converse. Back of the truck, put on side of a hearse. Bonnie and Clyde got that Glock in her purse. We them boys to be popping them tags, bitch. When they bitch in my fucking gon' yeah. My Glock shoot it shot like a fag. Bitch, we know that you broke, keep tabs on y'all. Bitch, you tripping, you off in them tabs. Like a snake, bitch, we hide in the grass. Made this shit out of motherfucking lab. Made it easy, just shit for me grab. I want lip too, that's a job. And she sit on the bitch, she a shag. Me robbing the covered in red. Inside the ears, the bitch already. Let it be back and I put on them head. 1, 2, 3, 4 shots, we dead. 5, 5, 6, big bullet to the head. I don't even fuck nobody, what's the deal? I'ma lay back, kick back, pop pills. Driving in the coupe, I don't even grab the wheel. Swerving that motherfucking madness. Heard he said that shit. Swerving that motherfucking madness. Heard he planned that shit, bitch. I was just swerving that motherfucking toe. Tripping this shit at the motherfucking bottom. Yeah, see this shit out on the top of my body. I bottle, I drink, I'm a scuttle. I'm sipping on lean on green, I'm high as a bird, bitch. Yeah, I'm popping them motherfucking X with bitch, I ain't no nerd, bitch. Yeah, hold on, come and tell me what you said and what you heard, bitch. Yeah, I got sniper aiming down at your head. You blurred, bitch. Yeah, I was swerving and devin'. Straight up the curb, bitch. Yeah, 7, send him to heaven. I'm talking to God, bitch.
Years late, I'm in that fucking could look you free on that. That's look a good beat to free on. How we all doing, ladies and gentlemen? All right, class is in session, okay? Class is in session. Class is in session. Oh man, you leave social media for, you know, a week, and the world happens. Okay, so while I was gone, a lot of stuff happened. Okay, Hasan and Ethan had a debate. So I haven't been here in a minute because of the new season, right? Season 3. Okay. So sort of my plans going forward is just in terms of the channel in general, not really like streaming. Like I plan on consecutively streaming, but in terms of video content, so before I would do like my dude, is my mic peak? Hold on, let me check my mic. It may be peaking. Let me see. Is my mic peak? Hold on, let me check my mic. It may be peaking. Let me see. Is my mic peak? Hold on, let me check. Holy shiesty digga. Let me go back. Like I plan on consecutively streaming, but in terms of video content, so before I would do like my, it's good, right? I think it's good. Okay. Wait, no, why did I close it? Now I gotta go back. Selling. So I don't like how like in the background though, the background's kind of messing me up a little bit. I don't like how like in the background though, the background's kind of messing me up a little bit. I don't, is it, wait, no, is it the, hold on, it's this, that's what it's told me. I don't like how like in the background though, the background's kind of messing me up a little bit. I don't, is it, oh my gosh, is it the, hold on, it's this, that's what it's told me. I don't like how like in the background though, the background's kind of messing me up a little bit. I don't, is it, oh my gosh, is it the, hold on, it's this, that's what it's told me. I don't like how like in the background though. Bro, how am I supposed to fix it, bro? It's like I'm full Taze on dang right now, bro. Hold on. Hold on, okay. Give me time. Hold on, okay. Give me time. Okay, we're good. Anyways, so one thing, I reset my PC. So I wasn't even gonna be able to because I reset my PC and I had to re-download the thing. Two, so basically, I did in my last video, the latest video that I have, but basically I was just basically going over and saying, oh, let me do that. Let me do that right now, actually. Sorry. I can explain while I'm doing this. Just give me time. So basically, the videos, so I basically said, all right, bro, we're gonna full send it. Let me see. I want to full send okay, so I wanted to full send basically like so I made 369 videos, okay? So I was like, okay, this is gonna be like a special character into making the decision whether or not I want to pivot. So the channel started out as a reaction channel. It's supposed to be like a sniper wolf type, like TikTok-y whatever shit. And then I already explained this in another video, but I did like one video on like a drama niche, and then that niche was like, oh, that actually did pretty decent, right? So that's when I went down the rabbit hole just to see if that works, right? And so I kind of got like that like shtick of doing drama, okay? Very easy farmable stuff, depending on how you do it though, because you could do like a Brett Cooper style where like the drama's there, but she has like this little personality, and so like some people kind of, I can turn this. Some people kind of just like, I don't know, they just like personalities. So, and then season 2 was basically like a re-edition, but it was more so like by the week or by the day. And so it was like Monday, it was Must Be Star Monday, TikTok Talk Tuesday, Wednesday, What the Crust Wednesday, technically Thursday, Fast Week Friday, and then it was supposed to be Saturday off, Sunday off. But I noticed that the algorithm did not favor taking time off. And it wasn't that it didn't favor it. It was that sort of like the increment in quality of video compared to time making the video is what the algorithm likes more, right? So like if you're gonna full send a long format, make it a juicer basically, right? So it may consolidate in the algorithm for a minute, but once it hits, then it hits. You know what I'm saying? So basically, I was debating on what lane I wanted to just go down so that I can be comfortable, right? So I can comfortably make videos, so it doesn't feel like I'm like putting in extra work for no reason, right? So just for the comfortability of it, okay? Now I haven't renounced or like said what I'm gonna do, right? But I know exactly what I'm gonna do, and it's gonna be sort of time consuming, okay? Now I do plan on streaming more, right? So streaming more, and I wouldn't even say less videos, but I do plan to do 1 to 2 videos, like actual videos, like videos that I go out my way to make, not like a stream highlight, and then stream highlights just in general. You know what I mean? Okay. And so that's basically it. Basically. Now, while I was gone, there was a debate. Okay, Ethan Klein and Hasan Piker had a debate. It went well, I think. Well is an understatement or overstatement, whoever you're asking, right? A lot of people said that Ethan won the debate. There's a lot of polls saying he won the debate. Seemed pretty funny. It was pretty funny, I'm not gonna lie. So I'm not gonna watch the whole debate. I can't do that. Now, I'll watch a good amount. Really, the highlights, okay? Also, while we're going, I think I want to cover this first so I can get this out the way. Oh shit, my headphones died. And so it can just be, let's pop some music on, okay? Get out the way, don't have to worry about none of that spiel. Okay, so basically, while I was gone, a video of a lady named Shiloh Hendrix. She well, first of all, let's get the way we have the same name. Wow. I've only met how many Shilohs have I met? I've only met one other Shiloh, and I've met I only met one other Shiloh, and it was my one of my I think she was the dean or like the principal or something, one or the other. Basically, she worked at the school. But this was when I was like a little kid, little. I've never met another Shiloh though, like in real life. I've never met another one. It's not that rare of a name, kind of a rare name. So there's 4,147 people in the world who have the name, unless somebody else just got born and they named them that. Maybe, probably, right? Probability of it. And so I think that's the ranking of it in the United States. I'm not sure. And so basically the moment is the kid was she was like, there's like a kid at the playground, and he was, I guess playing with her son, and he stole something, right? He stole something. And basically they're trying to propagate a narrative that because he's black, that's why he stole it, okay? Now, I'm no biologist, but from what I think I know, the color of your skin does not dictate whether or not you take things without asking or without consent. Okay, so a lot of things that you see on social, by the way, we're treading lightly. We're treading lightly. A lot of things that you see on social media, really Twitter, but just in social media in general, there's a lot of just, you know, things in general, right? A lot of race things, a lot of discriminatory things. But I think there's never been a real spokesperson for true historic documentation of segregation. So I as most people know, because everybody knows, I grew up in the oldest city in the United States of America. Old as fuck. Old as shit. It's like 450 years old or something. I grew up in St. Augustine, Florida, okay? And the first settlers that came here were Spanish. I think they call them like the Spanadors or something like that. And St. Augustine was actually started by, it was the first settlers were actually African American. Did you know that? But actually, both African Americans and Spanish settlers rebuilt and built it from the ground up. Now, I think a lot of people don't know this, but Mexicans, right, are black. Okay, so when you basically subjugate both Mexicans and black people, it's like, well, they're the same thing effectively, right? There's a little bit of different orientation because then they took over Spain, right, from Africa to Spain, to then settling in right, it's a whole colonization period, right? So people don't know this, or I've said this before, but we also have, this was right in the pivotal moment of the civil rights movement. My family has direct roots to MLK, very close, like basically best friends. So even my great grandmother's friend Annette, she had a restaurant that her and her husband owned, who would very actively have MLK eat there and dine there. Yep. And so what I wanted to do is I wanted to go beyond the history, okay, so we can come to a real conclusion. And this is, we got receipts, okay, we got receipts. So, you know, buckle up. Buckle up. So first off the bat, let me which one do we want to start out with? Okay, so we're gonna just start out with, so like I said before, my family has direct connections to MLK, and just St. Augustine history in general, because you have to realize this is where the first black people were. Like, this is where we first pulled up. Like, you're talking about Christopher Columbus sailed the ocean blue here, nigga. I drink from the water of a fountain. This is where it's at. It's literally the source. Okay? So, alright, let's see. Let's go here. Why the fuck is this opening in paint? What the crust are you doing, man? Open with... Okay, I guess we open... we'll just open with paint. I don't even care. Oh my... How do I... Okay. No, let me open with 3D paint then, motherfucker. Because it's taking too long. And it's acting up. Or should I do snip and sketch? We're doing 3D paint. Good luck, have fun. So here. So recently, my grandmother was actually issued a mural. That was a mural, right? So here is a picture, an actual live picture, okay, in real time, of her standing next to what presumes to be a mural of her and other black civil rights leaders and or children in the neighborhood, right? You see it says equality, was a freedom, something, what does that say? We shall overcome, etc. Right? Because this was a pivotal moment. I think Bernie Sanders may even been here. It was a pivotal moment during like the civil rights movement, where we're about to get into it. It gets crazy, by the way. It gets crazy. Civil rights movement, basically a lot of people were effectively discriminated against, right? Even though because this is the southern area, right? The southern versus the northern was a little bit different. The northern having even still now higher intellect, better prestigious colleges, etc. So she's right here, okay? Sorry. This is her. Okay. And so, oh no, this is her right here. Sorry. This is her. She's doing the exact same pose that she did before. And right here is also her friends. This is her. They're still alive and thriving. Okay. Here they are. So I didn't want to show the face or anything, but this is them at older. Okay, this is them. Those are the same three people that you see on the wall there. Interesting stuff, right? Interesting stuff. Now, here's where it gets crazy, right? So I actually want to... Oh, it's on Google Drive. It's on Google Drive. Oh, let's go, boy. So we're gonna go over a video because this all ties back to Shiloh. I just want to sort of set the tone. Was that today? I think this was today.
Is Jamal.
So here we are. We're gonna watch a video about systemic racism. So I think most people know what that is, but we're gonna really get a deep understanding of it. It's a quick video. It doesn't fully explain everything, but it's close enough.
Is Jamal. Jamal is a boy who lives in a poor neighborhood. He has a friend named Kevin who lives in a wealthy neighborhood. All of Jamal's neighbors are African American, and all of Kevin's neighbors are white. Because Jamal's school district is mostly funded by
the way, St. Augustine is majority white, so I had both friend groups, but mostly were white.
Property taxes. His school is not very well funded. His classrooms are overcrowded, his teachers are underpaid, and he doesn't have access to high quality tutors or extracurricular activities.
Now, St. John's in Florida is the best school district in all of or at least at the time, I don't know if it is now, but it was the best school district in the area. So we actually had really good teachers. I lucked out. I lucked out. Really good teachers. It's just like since it was such a historic area, it got a lot of funding to re-establish everything and keep everything there. So sort of like this histrionic investment was what funded also schools and other property that allowed for that to be the case, right?
Kevin's school district is also funded by property taxes, so his school is very well funded. His classrooms are never crowded, his teachers are very well paid, and he has access to high quality tutors and
now this is more so going to be like a private
lots of extracurricular activities. Kevin and Jamal live only a few streets away from each other. So how come they're growing up in such different worlds with such different opportunities for success? The answer has to do with America's history of systemic racism.
Oh, look at that.
To understand it better, let's look at what life was like for Kevin and Jamal's grandparents. Decades after the Civil War, many government agencies started to draw maps dividing...
They put them in certain population density? Wow, 200 IQ.
Cities into sections that were either desirable or undesirable for investment. This practice was called redlining, and it usually blocked off entire black neighborhoods from access to private and public investment. Banks and insurance companies used these maps for decades to deny black people loans and other services based purely on race. Historically speaking, owning a home and getting a college education is the easiest way for an American family to build wealth. But when Jamal's grandparents wanted to buy a house, the banks refused because they lived in a neighborhood.
Doesn't fully explain it, but you kind of get it, right? Appreciate that, Vampire. Yeah, so that's systemic racism, sort of explained. It basically kind of gets in the nitty gritty, but you know, it's somewhat there. So now that we've kind of established that, now that is just to try to set the tone in terms of what we're going to get into. So Shiloh, weird hearing my name, by the way, because it's just a rare name, I feel like. She basically called him the hard R. Okay, she called the boy a hard R, and basically said that that's what he was being. Now, in my perspective, I think that that is a clear ulterior motive in order to get your personal agenda across, based on the fact that if you were truly identifying him by what he is, you would identify him as a thief and not based on his identity. Okay, just my opinion. Now we're going to get into some of the deep trauma of the Black community. So, where do we even start? So like I said before, here, let me show you this real quick. Yep. So here's actually, the mural is a picture of an actual library that they used to go to. Did you know that? Bet you didn't know that. So here it is. Is it? Yep. So here's the library that they went to. Here's the literal library that they went to. Look at it. Black and white. You can't even see anything. Lincolnville Public Library. Looks like a cage. Right? Yep. That's what it looks like. Okay. So now we're going to get into the nitty gritty. So St. Augustine was a very prevalent area for slavery. I don't know if anyone knows this, but when I came on here before, I recently found that I was part Jewish based on the fact that a previous owner of one of my that sounds insane to say, one of my family members was raped actually and gave birth to one of my great mothers. Yep. So we're gonna look here and we're going to look. So here's one moment. Here's a prevalent moment. Okay. So here is a moment of a white man who didn't like Black people, obviously. And so what he did was, when he saw the people in the pool, the Black people in the pool, he decided to take it upon himself to burn them with acid. Yep. He went to the pool that he saw the Black people in, and he burnt them with acid. This is a live picture of him going and burning them with acid. Insane, right? Here, look, there's even an article for it. So what I'm trying to get at before we read this article is I feel like there's just a lot of argumentation for, like, they say, Black people have a victim mentality, etc., and that there's like that racism doesn't exist, etc., or like there's nothing oppressing them. But growing up in St. Augustine, we learned deep. They pushed it down our throats, like deep down our throat. Pause. They pushed it down. They let us know, okay, that this was a prevalent thing in the South, okay? So for 450 years, by the way, this is not just skate by. So what I'm trying to get at is, like, you can't hold the same stature of racism compared to one person to the other. You can't. It's not even relatively, like, if we're being honest here, we're not overreacting. It's not even relatively the same based on what, certain lengths were gone to, just based on skin color. So when we look at this, right? Relating this back to Shiloh, they're comparing her to Carmelo Anthony, in which one of them was supposed to be supposedly non-prejudice act of violence, and one was just a derogatory prejudice saying. And so both of these events curated a large amount of money to basically to stick it to the other race, to basically say, like, if you're going to support someone who is showing a form of like diplomatic degeneracy to like our societal basis, we're going to use that as a euphemism to crowdfund and crowdsource their expenses. Now, the only difference is, I wouldn't say this is much of a difference. Carmelo has lawyer fees, and he's definitely going to jail. It's not gonna be free, okay? They're just paying her just to pay her, I think, right? Because I don't think, or no, that's a lie. They're paying her for privacy. That's what they're paying her for, because of just how people are in general. So I guess it right there, I feel that there's an equilibrium. Oh shit, bro, my mic is peaking, I swear. I feel like there's an equilibrium there. In terms of the acts, his one is way more vitriolic, insane, crazy. But as stated by the families, okay, they believe that it wasn't a race thing. And I think a lot of people made it about a race thing, and now that's why it's curated as a race thing. But it could just be like, just, you know, I guess they told him he was sitting in the wrong area and he got mad or something. I don't know, why would you do that? Okay, I mean, I don't know. Hey, some people, hey, whatever. So he got mad, stabbed him in the heart, and that was the case. Insane, right? So what we're gonna look at is the story, okay? So the St. Augustine movement was a series of civil rights protests that occurred in St. Augustine, Florida between 1963 and 1964. They were led by local branches, the NAACP, Youth Council, and Southern Christian Leadership Conference. The movement influenced passage of 1964 Civil Rights Act, okay? So this is the guy, acid in pools. Yeah, so this guy put acid in a pool because he thought that the black people would get it dirty. So now I know now Gen Z is a little bit less racist now. And I think the most prevalent form of racism is your older, sort of antiquated, sort of leader in any, you know, company or higher position, right? Because a lot of older people are always obviously going to be more rich because they've had more experience, they've done more. So that's where like the systemic racism still exists in older people who still are like caught in their old ways or whatever the case may be. And the younger, because, you know, I know a lot of I know a lot of you know, college girls who are not too fond of Tyrones. That's all I'm gonna say. Or no, not that they're not too fond, but not fond. Okay? They're, yeah. Right? Some snow bunnies have jungle fever. And so I think that like that's kind of the case where like the younger generations are a little bit more educated, like even in terms of they're not drinking more, they're just, and you know what I think it is? I think it's literally the equilibrium balance of yin and yang. The bad meets evil. The bad is good, right? So as above, so below. And so I think it's since, you know, a lot of older people had things were a lot easier in terms of things just cost less. They had like a sort of harder time, more so, it was more so like an economical shaking, but not more so. I mean, yeah, there was the Great Depression. I think I'm thinking more so, I mean, I wasn't back there, so I wouldn't know, but I'm thinking more so in a sense of just sort of social dynamics that were keeping people like inept and not really always just on the basis of finances. Now, that is the case, but just in general, I think that was more of a prevalent issue that was creating those sort of segregated areas, right? So look at this. It says, don't buy in segregated St. Johns County, etc., etc. So here's MLK. with a black student or a black kid or whatever. Rare among civil rights leader at the time, Hauling was an advocate for armed defense against the Ku Klux Klan. Oh my God! In September 1963, Hauling, and the three other NAACP activists, Clyde Jenkins, James Jackson, James Hauser, were kidnapped and beaten by the KKK. Okay, so Dr. King with demonstrators. Here's the St. Augustine movement. Okay. Klansmen for the beating, which charges were dismissed. In contrast, let me read that one more time. Klansmen. St. Johns County Sheriff deputies arrested a Klansman for beating, but charges against him were dismissed. St. Johns County Sheriff deputies arrested a Klansman for beating, but the charges against him were dismissed. Yikes. Okay. So, Dr. King came to help in protests, etc. And he would come through very often. So now we're going to get into another area. So here is a picture. This is a very dude. Oh, this right here. Doesn't this look like a picture in Sinners? This reminds me of Sinners. It literally reminds me of Sinners. Look at this. This literally looks exactly like Sinners. It's insane. Look at this. Is this not literally the same thing? Like, this literally looks like Michael B. Jordan could be standing right here. This is just some farm, you know. I don't know where this is, but it's just a picture I thought was interesting. But here's another moment that's very prevalent in St. Augustine segregated Black history. Yep. So right here we have a moment where here are white people at the beach fighting the black people to get out of the beach water it was considered a white only beach, so they were fighting them and trying to basically get them out of the water. So here's an entire event that went down of people fighting because the black people were at the beach. Could you believe that? Here's before it started. Okay, let's keep that in mind. The black people were just swimming in the beach, and they started beating up the black people for swimming at the beach. Yep. Okay, so let's see. So now we're going to get into another area that is pretty insane. So right here, what we're going to look at is, it says white supremacy is not an illness. Okay. Oh, am I even going to be able to open this picture? Let me see. Wait, why does it keep closing out of this every time I close it? Oh, how can I open this? Open with paint? Okay. So here, right here. Okay, I guess open with this. So look right here. This right here. This right here. I don't think it's... Oh, is it here? Okay, so... Oh, ooh, that reminds me. So there were these bars. If you go, there's these bars, right? You'll see a lot of metal bars with spikes on them. And this, if I'm not mistaken, a lot of and this is just around town. A lot of these things were put in place so slaves couldn't sit anywhere, or they couldn't go certain places, etc. Now, you're looking at this place, right? So, if you had to guess, what do you think that this place is right here? What do you think that place is? This right here is a slave market. This is where they would beat slaves and sell them here. This is it's right next to the Lions Bridge, downtown. This is where it is, okay? My father died for this country too. We're a closer digger, etc. I'm American also. Yep. This is real. Okay. So, oh, here's more pictures of it. Here, I'll just show it here. It should be fine. It's just here. Here's just more pictures of it. This is what it looks like. This is where they would beat slaves. They would beat the slaves, sell them here, rape them, do all types of crazy shit to them. Just based on skin color, by the way. Here, right here is the Fort Matanzas. Mexican, Spanish leaders created this. Colonizers created this, and here it is. You can see it from behind them. This is a fort. You know, this is older than them, but this is where it's what it is. I don't know who this is, but shout out to them. I say all this because we're gonna get into the Shiloh debate and just sort of what's happening. So when you see, you know, the deep rooted, like, you know, that I was taught this, like they made sure that everybody knew about this. If you grew up in St. Augustine, you know about this. Everybody knows about it. Everyone. It's a small town as well. So the point I'm getting at is only in the last 50 years, I want to say, African Americans have been given grace to actually exceed, right? And like not have to deal with that, right? So 450 years of segregated oppression, etc. And so, you know, trying to tread lightly here. If we were keeping the playing field fair, the only way to say that there's an equilibrium is to then segregate the other race for 450 years, but that doesn't sound realistic. It doesn't make sense, right? Why would you do that, right? Why would you? But anyways, it happened. And so you can't compare the multitude of crazy amounts of also I didn't even get to it, but there's more things. There was they would get fire hoses. Do you know how powerful the pressure PSI is on a fire hose? They would get fire hoses, okay, and they would hit the black people with fire hoses. Some people died because they would hit fire hydrants. They would hit the wall, smack the wall, they crack their head, fracture bones. You can't even compare. So also, you know, getting spit on, getting called boy, not drinking at the same water fountains, etc. Just huge amounts of systemic oppression for years. 450, that's what, 4 centuries plus 50 years. I mean, holy shit. Do you know how long 4 centuries is? And so I say all this to say, right, with the Shiloh situation, the advocacy for a murderer in terms of Carmelo Anthony is just a bunch of dumbass. It's just a bunch of idiot people who are making it about race. And then you got a bunch of what? You sure you wish to exit? No. They're just stupid. Like, why are you sending money to a literal murderer for what? Like, he killed him cold blood over some fight or whatever. Like, honestly, bro, I would have got my ass beat. I would have just took the ass whooping. Now, apparently it was multiple of them, but I would have just stuck up fighting. Hey, fuck it. Hey, just fight to you. So whatever happened. Oh. And so in her case, so her case is a clear attempt at blatant racism to use that as an excuse to why she called him a derogatory term. Because if she was really basing it off of what he is and what she said in the video, she should be saying that he's a thief, right? Like if I was there, I'd be like, even if a little white kid, but give me that, you thief, thieving ass child. Give me that shit, right? So once you bring up race, it's beforehand, the pretense had never been about race. Same thing with the Carmelo Anthony situation. It had never been about race. So obviously the CIA is trying to create a race war in America because they're bored. And they know that the more that they can create division for low IQ individuals, regardless of race, because it goes to show, I mean, any race that's doing that is an idiot. They're perpetrating a divide and conquer situation where they divide you and distract you with a story, a headline about something that doesn't really matter, and is effectively their form of creating a divergent and a psychosis or a psyop in order to really make you think that the majority of people genuinely think this, which that just isn't the case. Okay, I think the wave frequency on Earth right now is people are pretty aware of if they're not deep in, you know, the psychosis, right? They're pretty aware of you know, segregation, things of that nature. And if not, you know, I'm here to, you know, educate and let people know how crazy it gets in these certain scenarios. Now, what I just brought up was old histrionic forms of just the, I mean, that's the worst of the worst type of racism. I mean, you know, you got your like, okay, getting denied at certain places, etc., but this is like the worst. Okay, not to mention hangings, lynchings, you know, picking cotton fields. They're, you know, it just is what it is. Okay, so I think like there's a huge discourse that either side fights for. One side fights for, you know, one side says, oh, they're victim, or they're playing as victims, and then the other side says, oh, well, they're too privileged, etc. And I think two things can be true at once. I think that in Black culture there is a lot of degeneracy. It just is what it is. Recently, I seen a clip of Charleston White trying to justify Jewish business practices in the music industry and why they have a a liking to, you know, violence, vulgar language, provocative stuff, and they say, you know, that's prevalent in Black culture. And though it is, there is a huge reason why, and or a physical attribute to these things. So here's what I want to go after. I think that Black people were formal and former African descendants who were closer to Egyptian and closer to the equator. That's where humans just originated in general. And so if people don't know, black people or dark-skinned people possess a thing called melanin, right? But melanin also has an attribute of neurogenetic development as well. Like, for some reason, right, the sun made it shitted out plant people who also absorb it, and almost like a homosynthesize sunlight. And basically the sun you basically charge up through neuromelanin as a Black person. So I think that there is an innate natural nature, like a literal cognate, that Black people have of being hyperactive. Like it's something that the sun gives, energy. And so I think that, you know, when you see them in Africa and they're super active, they're running for like fucking hours. They're jumping over tigers. They're killing tigers. They're the most active, strong brute force of you've ever seen. They're running around like doing some of the craziest thing you've ever seen. And I think something is, what's up, Zaven Davis? I think some of this is attributed to just the natural of being hyperactive. And now you have to realize this is almost like a killer instinct now, because they are in an area where they often run into, you know, tigers, lions, wild animals, so where they have to be able to sprint fast. Jamaicans are fast, right? Africans are fast, Nigerians are fast. They have to be able to adapt to these surroundings and be athletic. And so now you've converted that to domestication in areas where none of that is prevalent, right? You're in an area where everybody is just nice. Everybody's, you know, and I'm referencing to bringing Africans over to America, being sold off by other Africans. Everyone is just, you don't have to do that anymore, but there may be just still like a gene, like a neurogenetic gene that is just there, prevalent, because, you know, you're talking about years and years of development and evolution of having to fight and kill, etc., right? So now you have that same stuff, but it's prevalent in population dense areas where you put, right, like we said with the redlining, now you've put them all in an area, right? And so it's dense, right? So if you want to clear out the density, what do? You have to dilute it, right? So I think it's more so about fixing the problem of get the worst of the worst criminals you possibly can imagine, get them out, you know, whether they jail, okay, and then your individuals who you see, you know, putting into whether you're college graduates, you know, your good students, you know, that may be black or whatever, you have to try to dilute the density in whatever, because, you know, whatever surroundings they come from may be the result of the sort of antithetical nature that they possess in being violent or loud or vulgar, etc., etc. So if you really want to domesticate and get rid of the gentrification, you would have to dilute it and you know, come through and rehabilitate the communities, you know, instead of attacking. Because what happens when you attack, right? Reaction, an action versus an action causes a reaction, and then you're just going to keep having, you know, a continuity and everyone getting mad at each other for ultimately no reason, because we're just a veil. Right? The body ages, the soul doesn't, as they say. Right? Now, this is all social media perception, and I would like to say that younger generations are getting a little bit better with it. I wouldn't say that they are, you know, it's completely gone, but I would say younger generations are generally getting better with it. Okay. So now let's get to the victim mentality, right? I had a few things written down. So a propagated message is that black people are basically victimize themselves and say like, it's not fair or whatever, I guess. And to some people, they say that that is true. To me, I think it's true. I also think that it's warranted based on the, you know, the prehistoric information that I just gave. You know, you're talking about 450 years of blatant discrimination. You know, they were getting denied at banks, they can get loans, and or you know, Jewish people were actually given 0 interest, right? So there's gotta be an innate bias. Now, I want to say in the last really to 30 to now, like 30 years, but if we're really going off of like the elongation of it, really 1960, really like the last 50 years, I want to say, that's when it's kind of freed up a little bit, and now black people have been given immense opportunities, whether you want to say DEI, but, you know, have been given a lot of opportunities, way more than back then. Back then was fucking horrible. Back then was the fucking worst. I couldn't imagine. Every day I pray that I never had to go through that. Thank God. We got a lot of relief. We've gotten a lot of representation. We've got our own month. It's a kind of a Black Hand Compliment Month, but we got our own month. Okay, we got Black Hand Month. And so we have been given a lot, like a lot of benefits, etc. Now I don't think this supersedes the overbearing representation in certain areas, right? My thing is, I think that people are good at a thing. Now, some people are better at things than others. And generally, based on your race, you may grow up in a cognate that creates your creativity or your liking and interest into something that you get. So, a black kid is probably crazy at football. It's probably insane. He's probably the best football player that ever was. Right? And then you may have, some German he's the greatest physicist to ever touch calculus or whatever, right? Einstein. And so one side is clear. It's like, okay, these people are way better at this than other people. Hi, Skibbity. What's up, Margaret? And then these people are way better at this than these other people. It's like, okay, this guy was in Africa. He's way more like faster than people for some reason. He jumps fucking high as shit. We should probably get him in basketball. So the person, we should probably get them in some prestige science lab or some shit. I don't know. Some logistics based thinking, the government or some shit. I don't know. So I just don't think there's enough things. There's just certain things that like you only need like there's only so much things that the physical can attribute. Like life is 80% mental, 20% physical. So there's only so much things that the physical can do. So this is where you're going to get, your Spanish who are good at gardening. Okay, not to be stereotypical, but they're amazing gardeners. Okay, they're amazing at it. Insane. You ever seen a good ass trimmed bush? It's like, whoa, how'd they do that? You ever seen like just a nice road, a nice paved road? Probably Mexican did it. Okay, they're good at that stuff. Okay, I'm just saying. Hey, I'm just saying. And so, when you're talking about, logistics-based things or just things in general, right? The reason you're gonna get a DEI is because basic representation in things is gonna be basically your advocacy for other people who can now see themselves in that position or get inspired or, want to be. I understand why Disney would make a Snow White thing, but it's not about replacing Snow White with someone who clearly doesn't look like Snow White. It's about making Rachel Zegler, okay, I don't know her race, but creating something that her race would want, right? Like, okay, Sinners was a good box office hit. That's what black people wanted, I guess. It is what it is. I wasn't the biggest fan, but people liked it, I guess, okay? Thought it was good, but if you're gonna make some black IP, it doesn't have to be about slaves, right? We can make some black heroes here and there. What's wrong with a black hero here and there, right? Miles Morales did amazing. Miles Morales did absolutely phenomenal. That just goes to show that you can make new IP that represents the race and it still go amazing. Miles Morales is one of the greatest. They had to break the VFX machine. Oh, as someone who is not familiar with your content, I'm very curious about your take. Oh. Appreciate that, Margaret. In my opinion, Ethan is pure cringe. Well, Ethan has been on the internet for years. He's been on the internet for like 2 decades, right? We're going to get into that. I just want to get through the Shiloh Hendrix situation. I don't know if you heard about it. And through that, you're just going to get bad moments. I've had bad moments. Everybody's had weird moments on the internet. Like, it just is what it is. Now, if you want to say concurrently cringe, I mean, maybe yeah, it's your opinion. I generally say Ethan is pretty funny. I'd say he's a funny person. That's kind of where I've taken a liking to him. Is his funny comedy, like goofy stuff. You know, right now people are going at him with certain things. Like with the whole Israel drama and stuff. But I don't know. The general consensus apparently is that he won the debate. Honestly, I thought Ethan sounded like a political streamer yesterday. I didn't watch it. Wait, oh yeah, the debate was yesterday. I did watch it. I watched highlights. Yeah, he did pretty good. And I thought his, like, the moment where he snapped and he had that, like, almost like a good, it was like a speech, like he almost had like this MLK like advocacy energy for to him, where he basically was just, yeah, I think he yelled at his son, basically saying like, if you keep playing, just to generalize, right? It's like, if you keep playing tit for tat, Palestinians will continue to die, because like Hasan reaps benefits from America, a lot of it. So it just doesn't make sense. It just will never make sense. Like, you have to preach. You gotta, the people like the Pope because the Pope lived what he preached every single day. This nigga lived in a like box. And like, even with the new popes and stuff, like, your Cardinal Sarah Pizzaballa. This guy's name's Pizzaballa. They have a true, like, they live the Catholic life. They live the life. So with a Hasan, if it's like, how are you talking about nepotism and inequality, and your family are billionaires, right? Like, what was it? It was some company that, some like hedge fund, Fortune 500 company or some shit that it was worth 120 or 162 billion dollars. Do you know how much 162 billion dollars is? It's a lot of money. It's a lot of evaluation. So it's just a good question. What do you what is your general opinion on Palestine? Like, what is your solution? Fair with the far lefties, my issue usually is with Palestine, it's a very hard and complicated, nuanced topic, because you have a lot of different factors, right? Some people, and a lot of the narrative is blatant, targeted misinformation, and some of it actually does have truth to it. Now, from what I looked up, right? Okay, looking up articles, and just to generalize it, because I don't want to get too deep into it, but I was saying that this was supposedly a promised land that was promised by Britain, right? So some people say that it was Israel that antagonized the Palestinians to attack first, but what I read was that they did attack first, and then that's when Israel went on. But what other people say is that the Palestinians generally helped them, and the Jews backstabbed them. Okay, that's what I've read. Now, the thing is that the conflict there was so much tension that built up to, like, your October 7th and all these different things. So many things. It's not just like this black and white solution, because you're talking about individuals here, hostages, there's just so much, right? It's a very hard and deep, excruciating topic that you can't just write off as like, this is this is this. It's not that black and white. There's a big gray area. I think as a solution, well, I'm not a pro-war person. I've never been a pro-war. I've been pro-defense. Okay, I like defense. I'm not pro-war. I don't think war is I think blatant misconduct of war is definitely not right. You're painting a plainly pro-Zionist picture. The question is, how deep? What do you mean? I'm not as pro-Zionist. What are you saying? No, you need to talk to a Palestinian. What I'm talking about is perspective. What I'm talking about is, even though we clearly know that Israel has done the worst of the worst, I mean, it's the worst it possibly can, you still can't ignore someone's perspective and why they would do something. Like, even if it's like Carmelo Anthony, for example, right? Why would he stab someone? Why would he stab someone? What is wrong with him? Right? But let's think about, does he have anxiety? What could be going on in someone's brain to get to that extent, to want to stab someone? Was he about to get jumped? Did he feel endangered, etc.? So even though I believe that Israel has done the worst of the fucking worst, right? And Netanyahu, he should be, his whole cabinet should have been cleared. They should have been gone, right? Fired, okay? Not killed, fired. And so I'll never be pro-war. I'll always be pro-defense, right? You guys, he's saying it's nuanced. Could 100 men in a guerrilla work? Oh, one state solution. Are you kidding me? One state solution. I think there's so much that leads up to it, bro. There's so much. It's not just a one take, one go thing. There's a lot that leads up to these conflicts. So as a solution, my solution is fire Netanyahu. Okay, fire that nigga, whatever you got to do. But I mean, he has all the power, so how you gonna fire him? BB needs to go. He needs to go. He should have been gone. He should have been gone. Okay, now there's more, because right, you still, both sides still have hostages, right? And I think Palestinians, their whole mindset is like, if we release the hostages, they're just liars and they're just gonna do it again. They're just gonna attack again because they can't trust them, because they got backstabbed. From what my research, right, the articles I read, they got backstabbed by the Jews. Okay, now there's also, it's like, this was, why would someone do that? Why would someone back someone? So it's always, there's always another argument. That's the annoying part. But the general solution is fire Netanyahu, rebuild Gaza, release the hostage. It's so simple. Release the hostages. Release all hostages, bro. Like, oh man, they can coexist, bro. Like, why can't two legends coexist? That's what I'm on. Why can't two legends coexist? Yo, have you looked into pro-Palestinian history? You are talking pure Zionist apologia text. I would disagree. I wouldn't say I have. I've done a little bit of research. You disagree? Let me see, bro. This 100 gorillas thing is just, I don't even do the. We clear a gorilla. What are they talking about? 100 members, we clear a gorilla. Let me look at your old messages. The question is, how deep have you gone in contrary? Oh, so how deep have I gone into like pro-Palestinian? I think it's not even that. I'm not even a pro-Israel type of person. I'm just a I like to. Have you ever been my biggest thing that I hate the most is being misrepresented. Like, something that I hate is if like have you like in movies and stuff, when there's ever a moment, let's say like a kid steals from the cookie jar and then he blames Johnny, and in this perspective I'm Johnny, and then I get in trouble because of Johnny's dumbass framing me. I hate misrepresentation. I hate ignoring perspective. That's something I've never liked. And I think that's why we have a judiciary system, because of perspective. Because someone could be looked as guilty as possible, and then it takes one moment It takes one moment for like, oh my gosh, this is why they did this. This is that's the same thing with physics, science, discovery. That's how it works. It's like, you can't just ignore everyone's perspective, right? Even if they look like the worst asshole idiot of all time, right? So like even with a Shiloh Hendrix, why would she do that? Has Shiloh Hendrix, is she a victim of, okay, let me, is she a victim of R-word from 10 black guys and that's why she hates? It's like, you never know with some people, right? So same with Carmelo Anthony. How many times is being jumped okay bro, chill out. Logan, why do you disagree? Nice juicer poster. My girlfriend got me from what a joke. Oh, true. Wait, what juicer poster? Talking about oh, world on, oh, okay, true. Let's see. It's totally, it's a nuanced topic, bro. It's a nuanced topic. Let's see. I think it's just so overall bad. Like, you can't just ignore people's perspective. That's just not how it works if you're coming to an actual resolution. If you have any pro-Palestinian, you know, anecdotes, facts you want to tell me, I'll be glad to listen. I don't hate anyone based off their identity. Do you think they're the ultimate victims? Of course they're the ultimate victims. A victim is just someone who's the antagonist or the protagonistic, know what I'm saying? Like, well, no, it's just that Israel has done way more. They've done way worse. So obviously they're in the wrong, right? They've done worse, right? Like objectively, if they've done worse, they're in the wrong. Because what it comes down is to a system of who has done worse. Like one has started it, someone's done worse. And as a result of it, you're talking about civilians, right? People who have, they have no, they were not meant to be here, or they weren't meant to be in harm's way. They just were there existing, right? Is what it is. Or look at what you made. They were just there existing. And so like, I don't know if you have, Mario, if you have any points, I'm down to listen. I'm down to hear your perspective. Okay. And something you know, Israel's our greatest ally. Like, I don't know, like in the World War, Israel's going to be on our team, you know. I actually think he might be mischaracterized by saying that Jesus stabbed him back. People just say it's Zionist propaganda just because they want to obfuscate due diligence, right? If you're going to buy a business, right, and you say, okay, they're putting the business up for 20,000. Let's look into the metrics of why they're selling the business. What are the metrics of the product they're selling? Where's their shipper at? Where you have to look into things. Like it's just nuance. There's no other explanation for it. It's funny though, no one talks about the Israelis living in the West Bank anymore. Oh, you pro US isn't pro Trump, absolutely not. I am pro United States regardless. I'm pro America, bro. So like when you got a Hasan basically saying like America deserved 9/11, like what? It's an insane take. It's an insane take. Oh my god. United States orchestrates and enables oppression. No, you're right. Like they oppression, but it's more so division. The United States whole metric system is divide and conquer. It depends on experts. It's divide and conquer. Yeah, because they exploit other countries. They basically expedite and buy all the drugs of every country. Like America buys 90% of the world's drugs and then gives it to people. And then they make off. Like Big Pharma, for example, is a huge pharmaceutical industry that preys on the weak innocent mind. That's why I don't do drugs. I don't drink. I don't smoke. The only thing I got, look, Here's my montelukast. This is prescribed medication. Montelukast. It's lung medication, allergies, and lung steroids. Here's the control. And then I got like, all I got is allergies. So that's the only drugs I take. And then I just eat food, fast, and you stay healthy. You got clear mind. You don't have to worry about, oh, am I gonna get sick? If you get sick, maybe like the only time I get sick is if the pollen's up. If the pollen's getting wicked, I'm gonna get a little sick. It's like a certain season when I get a little bit more sick than usual. But more than likely, or more often than not, I'm not that sick. I don't get sick that often. And it's really because of what people are putting in their bodies and what they're eating. If you're eating like trash, then you're obviously going to be getting sick a lot of the time. And so like the exploitation of America is them preying on you eating trash and getting sick, so then they can sell you all the drugs that they just bought from other countries. You see how that works? They're buying the cocoa beans, they're buying the cocoa leaves, they're using that, and so you are right. No, you're right. They exploit people using divide and conquer tactics and marketing, right? Like big ad campaigns, the Super Bowl, the entirety of the Super Bowl is literally to get you to eat. It's literally to get you to eat trash, and consume product. That's all it is. They don't care. People don't care about the game. The game's fixed anyways. Everybody knows the game's fixed. Explain, don't we help out those countries with trade of product currency? Well, it depends on the country you're talking about. Like, for example, China, we give China IP. We don't really give it to them, but they take it. But we are producers of individual or intellectual property. So we create, your Captain Americas, and then the Chinese will make your Marvel rivals. China is a bad example. Well, they're a symbiotic relationship that we've had with foreign aid, and it's their foreign country. So the Super Bowl games are not fixed. You don't think some of the Super Bowl games, some of those are fixed. Maybe not all of them, but some of those are fixed. Referring to earlier, like Colombia. Oh yeah, I was referencing the Spanish, because they ventured off into some crazy stuff. Oh yeah, let me get back to it. Okay, so I just have to get distracted. I mean, I think I basically covered it, right? There's an article about it says, I mean, that's basically it. Okay, so what I was talking about, like the CIA is using Twitter as a device to use divide and conquer metrics and systems. You have people donating to go. At the time of one of the biggest wealth inequality disparities, do you think that people have extra sparing money to go donate to some random, I mean, maybe some people, but you're talking about like what random person? I don't know who's gonna, why would you ever donate to that? Like, it just has to be used as a device to divide and conquer, right? They're gonna distract you with like stories like that, gorillas and shit, like, and then if you don't pay attention, different things, and they fire a judge, certain things happen and you don't even know, because it's not even that it's behind closed doors. It's not even that they do things behind closed doors. They let you know. They just let you know, and then they put something in front of you to distract you. Talk to me IRL in stream. You talking about right now? I mean, maybe later I'll create a Discord and we can talk there. Yeah, maybe I create a Discord if you want. I mean, you seem chill. It's just I don't know, I just want to take my time. Yeah, I'll probably create a Discord sooner or later or something like that, and we can talk maybe then. Okay, so what I was talking about earlier. Oh yeah, okay. So with the Shiloh Hendrix, all good. Okay, with the Shiloh Hendrix and stuff like that. That's what that's what I ultimately think. I could be wrong, but it just seems like a psyop to basically propagate a war, a race war, to get people to hate each other, because that's how they make money. That's how they exploit the public. That's how they just what it is. Okay, I got that out of the way. 100 men versus a gorilla. So I actually have a game here. So there's a game that actually has the topic at hand. Let me see. Where is it at? It's here it is. So there's a 100 men versus gorilla game. It's kind of a shit game, but basically, look at it. You basically just go around and like try to survive. You see? See? And then you gotta like try to hit them. Oh shit. It's kind of a poop game, but. And by the way, he never wins, right? It's impossible to win. Right. You lose. Something that I think is insane. Okay, so by the way, so my whole technique on the gorilla is, I think what we do, if we actually wanted to kill a gorilla, dude, I think the first few people, it depends on the metrics, like who's the best. You know, who do we got on our team, right? Do we got a bunch of, you know, scrawny wimps, or do we got some hard-bodied people who are trying to actually get active and actually take this thing down? Now with the gorilla, I think we should start off drop kicking it. I think drop kicking it, like if you imagine you had like 20-30 people just trying to drop kick this thing, and then it just gets tired and just like just full on, like we just full on, you know, swinging in the air, sideways drop kicking. I swear it's efficient. I swear it's efficient. I don't know. Maybe I could be wrong, but maybe it's efficient. And then you just, I mean, I would say you just, but trying to like pull their arms and stuff. I don't know about that, because it's a gorilla, right? I mean, I think the ultimate thing is using our legs to our advantage is definitely going to be our best case scenario. Not even a question. What did the gorilla do, bro? She's probably minus some minutes. I mean, like, bro, kids are just bored. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I think there was a thing on Twitter where people were basically like saying why, like, they were basically saying like, why are people mad at or like, why are people using or making fun of nature or something like that, right? Like, why are people, instead of embracing nature, etc. I think it's like, I mean, it's just a scenario, you know. I think we win though. I think 100. I think it probably takes about the max people. I think no. It said, I looked it up. It said that we could take 30 gorillas. I'm not even trolling. It said that 100 men could take 30 gorillas. Look, no troll. No troll. They said 100 men could take. Look at this. Not even kidding. So 33 gorillas, rounding up to practically approximately 34 gorillas would be needed to ensure all 100 men are killed, accounting for variables like fatigue, injuries, and some men fleeing. Approximately 30 to 40 adult male gorillas would be needed to kill 100 unarmed, untrained men in a neutral environment, assuming no significant human coordination or weapons. This is a rough estimate as real outcomes depends on heavily on specifications. Yo, we might be, what we need psychopaths. That's what we need. If we get a few psychopaths, we'll be chilling. But they're kind of hard to find, right? Pretty rare people, or maybe not. But that's what it really ties down to. Who's on our team, right? That's what it really ties down to. Because if we only got, you know, some little guys, you know, you only got me on your team. It's how many clones of me? Oh, see, okay, so clones of me now gives me the we can now work in unison because we're intertwined and interconnected. I think you give me, like, honestly, You give me 20 me's and we can take them down. 20 me's. Okay, maybe 30. Okay, 30 me's. I'm gonna go with 30. Safe 30. 30 me's and we could take them down 100%. 100%. Not even a question. I think we go for drop kicking and eyes. Drop kicking eyes. Drop kicking eyes. Drop kick him, try to get in his eyes. However we gotta do it. Kick him in the face, just full drop kicks. Full drop kicks, he'll get tired. As soon as he gets tired, claw his eyeballs out. 100%. 100%. He has, you know, in video games like Elden Ring and like those MMOs where or those like Dark Souls type games, they always have a weak spot. Everything has a weak spot. You get to that weak spot and you exploit it easily. That's what America does, right? How America's been, you know, orchestrating their plan to destroy everybody from within. You find their weak spot. So you find white people's weak spot, you find black people's weak spot, and then you use race, which that's the easiest way, because it's their basic personal identity, right? It's the only thing that propagates low IQ people to actually believe what is actually being. Really? Oh, I should do that. That's the only thing, bro. It's exploit it and you win. Okay. All right. So now that we got all that out the way, we're gonna get to the Ethan. We're actually gonna look at it because I haven't even shown anything that we looked at. How am I going? 1:30. Okay. Ethan, being louder doesn't make you right. Also, Ethan. And then you're screaming. Dude, there's so many good moments. Jenna Ortega's training again. Oh god. Okay, let's see. He won on the polls. Wait, let me go to here. I think it's just I think most people's consensus is just that Israel is a part of the United States. Doesn't mean you have to support Israel. But I just think some people, that's kind of their mindset with it, why they support Israel. Here it is. Look at this. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, bro.
Listening.
900,000 Jews, approximately 700 to 900,000, were forced to become Zionists, not by choice, but because they were forced out.
Who
The
forced
vast
them?
majority went to the fucking Arabs. The Arabs, the
There you
anti-Semitic
go.
Arabs.
There you go.
What?
Listening.
Oh gosh. Oh god, oh god. Wait, let's see. The anti-Semitic Arabs forced Jews to become Zionists. This isn't racism, it's a simple fact that Jews were getting kicked out of their own countries. They had nowhere else to go besides Israel after 1948. Oh. Interesting. Give me 2 seconds. I gotta use the restroom, okay? Give me 2 seconds.
I put him inside of the layer, the big got machetes. No, I ain't fucking your friend, but I did it already. I ain't fucking with none of these pussy not ready. Yeah, check it up on what Uzi, he told me it's ready. Yeah, shove at the top of the car, man, they tell us spaghetti. Yeah, every time I'm in the pussy, they be like the wedding. Yeah, bitch, I just be on the drugs, I feel like I'm dead. Yeah, ready to buy to the M, I told him I'm ready. Yeah, bitch, I want to test me in him, so how could I lose? Yeah, now I ain't rockin' no flus, you know, rockin' no cruise. Yeah, get the hell up out your seat and jump out the juice. Yeah, bitch, I ain't picking no side, no, I'll never lose. Sideways all day tranky. Riding in the whip, I told my mama that I'm cranky. Took another perky, bitch, I'm cranky like I'm janky. Woke up on the limb, I took a crush, a perk, a cranky. I'll be sniffing shit, but I'm gon' always keep the hanky. Walk inside the building, put my pinky ring on tanky. I'm flashing on my jewelry, you bucking on some skanky. I got your little mama when they text me, sick, come spank me. I put a bust in her and then she thank me. Matter of fact, she ain't been sipping on none, she just been drinking me. Y'all boy really be pussy, cap on cap like gun, got a blanket in it. Used to be shipping the sound, sending shit that like wrapping a blanket in.
Alright. Sorry if that was too loud. Let's see. Look at class on white power movement. Some people want to start a race war so they can rebuild into a white ethno state. It's a wild war, man. Yeah, I think that's the case, but it's never going to work because the basis of America was literally built. Hold on, let me go to the I put this under a Myron Gaines tweet because he said some like dumbass take that I thought was hilarious. Let's see. Here it is. Wow, it got censored because it was such a bad take. Oh, because he so funny. Okay. So it says this is some guy named Rep Shiri Van Neater. I don't know this guy. Yeah, I don't know him. I've seen him many times, but I don't know him. Get this. Oh, out of here, only American born citizens can be politicians. Very like stale take, like it's a bad take, objectively. It just is. And then I put under it, right? Is America a nation for everybody or is it only for white Europeans? Okay. It says Americans' founding ideals. America's founding ideals, liberty, equality, opportunity, were meant to apply universally, but its history shows the gap between those ideals and reality. The Declaration of Independence says all men created equal. Yet the nation was built on land taken from Native Americans, and its early economy relied on enslaved Africans. The Constitution didn't explicitly restrict citizenship to white Europeans, but policies like Naturalization Act of 1970 limited it to free white persons. Over time, waves of immigration, Irish, Italian, Chinese, Mexican, and others face exclusion, discrimination, or quotas, often tied to race or ethnicity. It is what it is. So everybody, in principle, yes, America's legal and philosophical foundations aim for inclusivity. In practice, it's been a contested space with access to its promise unevenly distributed. Wait, it's been a contested space with access to its promises unevenly distributed. It's a weird sentence. The truth lies in that tension. A nation striving for universally but shaped by history that often favored white Europeans, right? America's for everyone. That's what the whole basis is, because it's trying to get everybody who's good at good shit. It's trying to get the best people to create the best place. That's what it's supposed to be. That's what it's for, right? But you can't have the best people and best place if you're starting race wars with everyone, because everyone's going to hate everyone, and you're not going to get the best people because everyone hates each other. So what they've done is they've effectively found a system to, oh, I totally forgot to even mention this. So this is what I was going to get to with the Charleston White thing. So Charleston White basically says that Jews are basically, they don't exploit black culture based on like a innate prejudice against black culture. It's just business. And I think he has a point there. I think he has a great point there, but I think it ignores the morality, okay, the morality of the case. Because how can you, the morality of the case says it's a preying on people who are not them, therefore it's okay. Because if it was done to them, in which we've seen what happens when something of that catastrophe happens to one of them, what happens? Okay, well, what we're talking about with the Palestinian versus Israeli conflict, right? So with black people in like black culture, etc., he's basically saying niggas like hearing guns, hoes popping pussy, drugs, all this crazy shit, and he is right. But it ignores the preying on the race at hand, which is basically just saying, or it's like it's a way to use that as a excuse for it just being a business decision. When, like, imagine if it was your family member who was going through extreme amounts of gang violence and crazy things happening, you would be like, bro, let's stop that, right? And I would assume, so it's a malpractice to effectively use black people as a propagated like tool to further an agenda that's their honeypot. And the thing is, it's not that they can't find something else to exploit, but it's just such a lucrative pot. Like, if you had so many streams of water, you know, to fill your bucket, to fill your water gallon, you're not going to patch that up. You're going to want to keep it, because I mean, why would you patch up your lucrative well, right? So it's like, and the only way to fix it is to poison the well. But it's also, that's why it's done, because it's easy money. It's way easier to do that than to come up with some, because you could exploit, or you could make money off of the good vibes. I feel like you could make money off of good vibes. It just has to be everybody's in it, right? So like, okay, you're like, oh, we need to fix black culture. Okay, cool. Well, let's come up with what's up with the good vibes. If you're trying to fix what's up with the good vibes, what are the good vibes? All I see is hate vibes. There's no good vibes. So there's no good vibes, no good culture. That's what it is. Good vibes, good culture. Because we vibrate, we're all a frequency. It's literally, if we're vibrating fire, we're doing good. You know what I'm saying? If we're all vibing together, we're all one, right? Like, what we are is different colored hydro flask, and all of us are just made of water. We got a little bit of water in us, and we're different colored. We got a different color hydro flask, but at the end of the day, we're all just a bunch of water. So what's wrong with helping the other water? I don't see any problem. I don't see a problem helping the other water. What does the other water do? The water didn't do anything. Okay. The only way to fix black culture is to rehabilitate it. Basically what I'm getting at. You're not gonna fix it by telling people what they are. Because if you do that, then you manifest it, right? Oh, you're just a bunch of this, you're just a bunch of that. You are what you create, what you perceive, and what you think is you're gonna be the future. So if you tell people what they are, it's only gonna think the brain is a receiver. It's a receptor that repeats information. It's literally a computational muscle. So if you keep putting that same thing in someone's brain, like if you put someone in the hood listening to Lil Durk, Lil Baby King Von, like crazy psychopathic killers, then you're obviously going to have people who become that, because it's, you just put, and it's also a huge psychosis preying, because you're dealing with underdeveloped minds. You're talking about the adolescents, prepubescent, non-conformed, non-prefrontal cortex developed minds that are extremely impressionable. So the only way is to define and deteriorate the narrative, which is that black people are bad and are this. It's to fix that and rehabilitate it and say, you can be good. Here's how we can be good. Here's how we can be better. This and that, right? It's about fixing the problem instead of just talking about the problem, right? If you just talk about the problem, you never fix the problem, right? And it's like, do they really want to fix it? Because you say, like, okay, black people have a higher murder rate, etc. They do all types of crime, etc. All right, well, let's fix the problem. Gotta fix it. Gotta fix it, Felix. It's the only way. It's the only way. You gotta try to fix it. You can't You can't use that as a euphemism in order to deteriorate the person of their existence. It's what it is. You know what I'm saying? Now, let's get to it, okay? Because I'm getting sidetracked. Oh my gosh, my voice. Okay, let's see. Here it is. What is this one? Then he goes, wait, was this today? Wait, did they have, wait. Did they have a pod today? I don't even know. I don't even know. Oh, they didn't. Okay, but they had a long ass fucking, holy shiesty nigga. Oh my gosh, this is so long. Fuck, this is long. 5 hours. Holy schmuckaroli. Oh no, I want to go through a little bit of highlights in here. Okay. Here goes.
You said the IDF is maybe not a terror organization, but the IDF is a terror
I didn't say
organization.
that. Wrong.
Through and through.
Wrong. Again, a liar.
Okay, so you think the IDF is a terror organization?
I said yes.
You believe
I think,
the IDF
I think it would be.
okay.
I think it's fair to characterize them that way.
Okay. Your wife was in the IDF.
Yeah.
Oh, he did release a second video. Okay, we'll watch it.
You believe your wife is a terrorist?
Of course not.
You said the IDF.
Interesting. Okay, is this son? Let's see.
There's
Israel
women that
certainly
come out and
lies a
said
lot,
I
right?
was raped.
What?
There are women on the record, on video,
Women.
saying I was raped.
Said he didn't care if he was
Like you're saying, wait, you're saying there are multiple women that are on the record saying I was raped.
Correct. There's
Israel
women that
certainly
come out
lies
and
a
said
lot,
I
right?
was.
Oh gosh. Yeah, it's just a very insensitive. Like him saying that is kind of insensitive. Just ignore that. Okay, let's see.
She is illegally there.
Okay,
She is not
she's a
supposed to be there.
terrorist.
It does not matter.
does.
Her and her entire brigade was not supposed to be there. That
I
is
don't
an
think
act
she
of
knew
terror.
what they were doing.
And as a matter of fact, what
I don't think she knew what they were
doing.
doing or where they were going.
What she participated
I don't
in
think she
is
knew
called
where
a
they
night
were
raid.
going or what they were
What
doing.
she participated in
Okay,
is
she's a
called
terrorist, bro.
night raid.
Please, we got to move on. This is
The
like
reason
just
why
so...
the reason why the Israeli occupying force,
Oh
the
my
reason why the
God,
Israeli
dude.
occupying force
People wanna watch
participates in
this.
these night raids in the West
You're making
Bank
this unwatchable.
is to
Let's
create
just-
a constant,
Okay.
a constant feeling of terror.
Son, talking more does not make you right. Okay, you got to understand.
The
that.
reason why the Israeli occupying force
You're repeating yourself.
participates in night raids is to create a constant sense of terror.
We don't-
She is illegally. One and everyone,
and this-
no
and it
matter
was
what
all
their
written by
background
Destiny,
is.
right?
You claim to care. You claim to care about rape, and you're hyping up a dude who has a segment on a show called Ultimate Rape Review. The reason why you're hyping up that
Ultimate
dude
Rape
is
Review?
because
I don't know what the
you don't
fuck
give
you're
a
even
fuck.
talking
All
about.
you care about is petty drama. This is your only content. Stop doing petty drama content. Shut the fuck up about politics and get back to goofs and gaffs, and it will be fine. People will forget that you have behaved in this way, but you don't want to do that. It's become a fucking personal agenda for you that people don't like you. It must be anti-Semitism. No, they don't like you
It's
because you don't know what the
hallucinations.
fuck you're talking about, and you have to be babied by goddamn producers as a 40-year-old adult. That's the reason why people don't like it. That's
Very
it.
good. Very good. Yeah.
You
Oh man. Oh man. I logged on to Twitter and the video ends if I get mad. Oh man. Ethan Klein and Hasan debate in a nutshell. Ethan asks Hasan to explain something. Hasan begins explaining the topic, showing why Ethan was wrong about it. Ethan, okay, God, this is boring. Can we move on? Wait, what did he say about Anne Frank? Oh gosh. He catches the sun in a little. Here's Papa Gut. Papa Gut.
Dan, I sent you a clip.
No.
One of the most important scholars on this issue
Oh my God,
is an Iraqi Jew by the name of Avi Shlaim.
Yeah, I love this. Let's listen to him. Yeah.
Jews were convinced that Israel had a hand in uprooting them. After the 1948 war, there was
Bro, this guy looks like he looks like Toad if he acts to be a human. You know what I mean? He kind of looks like Toad a little bit.
mounting popular hostility towards the Jews in Iraq. 5 bombs exploded in Jewish sites. The series of bombs created a panic which led more and more Jews to register to leave the country. I met an elderly friend of my mother's, an Iraqi Jew called Yaakov Karkukli, who had been in the Zionist underground. One member of his group, Yosef Basri, a very, very intelligent Jewish lawyer, and his assistant, Shalom Saleh Shalom, were responsible for 3 out of the 5 bombs.
Let's grant that what he's saying is true and that 3 of the 5 bombs were done by Zionists, right? How does that explain 150,000 people leaving the fucking country?
Why?
Thousands of years of civilization that have been there, 2,000 years, just picking up and leaving, almost virtually gone.
Why is it that the Israeli government benefited from creating instability and making it seem as though these countries were uninhabitable?
Before the bombs went off, 100,000 of the 125 Jews were already registered to leave. You said they
were a
left by
part of the
choice.
Mossad?
They left because of Zionism. They left because they were being
They had a place
threatened.
to go,
Let's
and
hear
they
what
wanted to
your
go there.
respected historian has to say, you liar.
That's right.
Wait,
even
listen.
if all this is true, the main reason for the exodus was not the bombs. It was persecution by the government. And I concede that.
No,
Let me explain.
contend with what I'm saying. He said we did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe. Do you want to explain what he meant by that? Explain what he meant by saying we didn't leave because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
Okay.
Explain to me.
I can't wait to bring up Avi Shlaim on the broadcast to make you look like a...
I can't wait to. And now explain what he means by that. We did not leave Iraq because we were Zionists. We left because we were no longer safe.
Iraqis are not Palestinian, you moron! You racist piece of...
What?
Because Iraq and the pan-Arabic nationalist movements that arise out of...
You are out of your mind.
It's not about Palestinians.
Okay, so what did the Jews in Iraq have to do with Israel, you bigot? You are so out of your mind.
I just want to be absolutely clear what I'm watching here. Ethan presses Hasan on the mass migration of Jews to Israel back in the day because they were effectively threatened and made to feel unsafe in their own home country. Hasan talks about some scholar, references him as saying, see, he agrees with me. Ethan plays a different clip of the scholar very clearly disagreeing with him. And then Hasan has a meltdown about how racist Ethan is. I mean, that just sounds just like our Hasan Parker. Go right to racism when you get absolutely fucking dumpstered.
That was a pretty funny crash out.
I can't
Let me
wait to.
tell you
And now
something.
explain what he means by. Do you think leaving to go
For why? Or a comparison of the...
Israel,
the ones
you
who-
big.
you racist piece of shit.
What?
Broadcast to make you fucking look like a dumbass.
I can't
Let
wait
me
to.
tell you
And now
something.
explain what he means by that. We did not leave Iraq because we were
it's
Zionists. We
not-
left because we were no longer safe.
Iraqis are not Palestinian. You fucking moron. You racist piece of shit.
What?
Because Iraq and the pan-Arabic
They
nationalist
left-
movements that arise out of
You are
Zionist
out of your
violence
mind.
is not about Palestinians.
Okay, so
You
what did the
cannot make
Jews
this
in Iraq
comparison.
have to do with
Zionists
fucking
were
Israel,
the ones
you
who
bigot?
actually fucking
You are
terrorized the
so out of your
Palestinians.
mind.
And then Iraqis,
Dude, you screaming and
cannot point
grandstanding
to
doesn't mean you're
Iraqis or
right.
Iraqi
This is
government's
pathetic.
racism
Okay.
during the pan-Arabic nationalist movements as a vindication for why, or a comparison as to why Israel had to do the Nakba.
Do you think
You
that?
fucking racist piece of shit.
Thanks, Hasan.
Do you think Iraq?
Do you want?
think all Arabs have one fucking mind?
Why
Is
the
that what you
fuck
think?
were the Iraqi Jews leaving Iraq in fear?
Of course there were Iraqi Jews that left Iraq
Because
in fear.
why?
I've never
Because
said that there
why?
were no
Answer
Iraqi
the question.
Jews that left
You want to
Iraq
call
in
me
fear.
racist? Why were Iraqi Jews leaving to go to Israel?
Because you're a fucking moron. who
That's
doesn't
why they
understand
left. They
that
left
Iraq
because
is
I'm a
not
fucking moron?
Palestine, that Arabs are
Hasan,
not
you
one-minded.
coward.
That there
You
were numerous
coward.
pan-Arabic
Answer
nationalist
the
movements
question. You're going to
that
call
were
me
sparking
racist,
up
but you won't
all
answer.
around the region,
Why
Ethan.
did the Iraqi Jews leave Iraq?
There were numerous
because of
reasons. Why did the Israeli
anti-Semitism.
government-
They hated Jewish people that had nothing to do with Israel. They were
shut
forced
the
to
fuck
leave.
up,
they were
dude.
chased
Shut
out.
up.
They lived there for thousands
hated
of years.
Jewish people.
They
Yes,
had
everyone
businesses. They had
hated
homes that
Jewish
they were
people. It's
forced
weird.
and abandoned to go to Israel because it was the only fucking place they could. Why would Iraqis hate the Jews living there if they had nothing to do with Zionists or Israel? Why?
Because settler colonialism
That
was
has
already
nothing to do
taking
with them,
place
you
in
absolute
British
fucking
Mandate
dumbass.
Palestine.
Oh my gosh. Oh my Lord. Dude, there's the one part where Emma was a furry? Okay. Bro, what is... Okay. That is a lot. So Illuminati came back? Oh, true. Dude, I don't even know. I don't even know what to say. Like, they're just crashing out. Like, it's just too much, man. Oh my gosh. Where's it at? Where's it at, bro? I'm never gonna find it. Alright. I'm gonna look at Ido's video. I'm gonna duplicate this tab. Idubs. He dropped a double whammy. Content deputy. Oh god.
Hello everyone, welcome back to another episode of Content Deputy. Now normally in a Content Deputy I would dance around in my cop outfit in the woods, but this video isn't going to have any of that fanfare. We're just going to get straight into it. I was hoping that if I made a video about Ethan, he would act like an adult and he would keep the attacks directed at me and Anissa. Unfortunately I was wrong in thinking that because Ethan, in a desperate attempt to attack and smear Anissa and I, he started attacking our charity event.
I don't know if you know this, but last year they lost $250,000. To be charitable, you have to give money to charity. You have to give money to be charity. It's like a slush fund for them.
Ethan and Neela are well aware that we raised $1.3 million for charity the first year of Creator Clash. The second year we operated at a loss, and I take full responsibility for that. We did band together. The community and the fighters involved ended up raising $175,000 for charity. It's been really disheartening to see how often Ethan will attack Creator Clash through us or attack us through Creator Clash.
Ian and Anissa masters of putting on an event.
He's reposting random troll accounts that are very easy to vet. If you click on his profile, it has a bunch of Sam Hyde adjacent posts, and it just hates Anissa and I. Come on, dude, you're one step away from calling me a cuck. Just take the plunge. He's highlighting this post that equates Creator Clash to a crypto rug pull. He's saying the event is going to be worse than TanaCon. Can't wait for them to blame us for their failed event. Don't worry, Ela, I'm not going to blame you guys for anything Creator Clash related. I know you're terrified of taking accountability for anything, so that will rest solely on my shoulders. But I can't speak for the internet. The internet might actually blame you guys for it. Now, with this recent revelation that people are just going to use Creator Clash to attack Anissa and I, Anissa and I have decided to step away from Creator Clash. We have relinquished control to our business partners who ran the previous two events. They're very capable. They know exactly what they're doing.
Wait, I thought they ran it. They don't run it? Zesfan. Maybe. Michael, I think. RB. Dr. Mike. Oh, that's when Mike was wearing the shortcut. I don't know who that is. Grant? Little Grant fight.
They run events on a regular basis. The event is still happening. Anissa and I just don't have any financial ties. We don't have any ownership. We are, I think just going to be known as the founders of the event.
They don't... Wait, whoa. How did they get... Did they get gypped on the business side? How did they get gypped out of the pockets for all this spins?
Yeah, I mean, I think it had to come to this eventually. I can't keep my mouth shut. I can't, I can. I just didn't want to. I want to be frank. I want to be honest. I was very quiet during the second Creator Clash because I was afraid of how that would impact other people. This year I said I'm going to do something different. I'm going to fight back if someone's trying to attack me. So that's what I did. And now I've realized, like, I can't really have my cake and eat it too. It's either you're going to talk shit like a foul beast on the internet, or you're going to have a charity event. It really can't be both. I'm very proud of the event that we made with Creator Clash. It's still happening, June 28th. I'm just not going to be involved in it. Please, for the love of God, support this event. I feel like in some ways I'm like cutting off an arm so that I could escape the bear trap, and so I can fight. But that's a bad analogy. You guys get it. We've already told all the fighters, and it seems like most people understand that this is the best move. If the previous content cop was entertaining to you, or this video is entertaining, or you like the message, the best thing that you can do for me is to support Creator Clash. Buy a ticket, buy a pay-per-view ticket, an in-person ticket, or donate to the fundraiser. I just want to see this event do well. I didn't try this shit because I thought I was going to be a good boxer. I didn't think I would be an awesome event organizer. And now I'm finally back to where I started, which is making fucking content cop videos. I don't want to make this too ham-fisted, but I kind of do want to make it ham-fisted because I'm like, I spent my last fucking 4 years working on this stupid boxing shit. I mean, it was worth it, absolutely. But like, it's crazy that I just returned to content cop. Having said all that, Creator Clash ticket link down in the description. Go check it out, buy tickets, support the charity, support the fighters, and have a good-ass time. I mean, ultimately, I think it's a good thing because I think I am meant to roll around in shit. I think me and Ethan are both meant to be rolling around in pig shit all day long, and other people are meant to do boxing or debating or whatever else. Ethan and me, pig shit rolling around type of fellas.
You underestimate my friend! I'm not coach's friend! I mean, Yahweh! Yahweh!
I think the worst criticisms I labeled at Ethan is that he's a bad boss, a tyrant of a boss. I just implied that he was being taken advantage of by people either in his community or outside of his community, and I called him a bitch-made coward. That was like the summary of personal insults labeled at Ethan. Before Ethan even knew what my video was about, he was already framing me as anti-Semitic.
But he's like, no, actually, Ethan, the fucking Jew bag. Fuck this Jew bag Zionist baby killer, guys, right?
I don't know if that's what the video is.
I'm one of you. I fucking hate Jews too, guys. Let's get after it. Israelis have no right to defend themselves, actually. All Israelis are settlers, actually. What is he gonna give me a history lesson now? Is he a historian? Yeah, he just discovered empathy, by the way. It only extends to the point where you're actually talking about Jewish people or Israelis. Then empathy stops and they should all be murdered. There's actually out there like Timothy McVeigh. He's running to the closest fucking kindergarten to blow it up. There's a Jew. I heard there's a Jewish
Timothy McVeigh did.
They want all you guys to quit and for me to just be like alone, little Jew boy, alone.
Like Ethan, under a year ago, was saying he doesn't use anti-Semitism in that way. He's not a guy to call anything and everything anti-Semitic.
You know, my whole life I've never screamed foul on anti-Semitism. I literally have been getting this shit since the second I stepped foot on the internet, and I have never fucking ever done this. Okay, so people online are saying, "Oh, Ethan's making himself a victim," or "Ethan's making everything about anti-Semitism." I've done this once in my life right now. But he's like, "No, actually, Ethan, the fucking Jew bag. Fuck this Jew bag Zionist baby killer, guys, right?"
I don't know if that's what the video is.
I mean, I get that he's scared and offended, but this was the whole fucking point of my video, Ethan. I was saying that you shouldn't be doing this. It led to me making this video in the first place. You were triggered by the CPS harassment thing, and then you immediately equated Anissa and I to it. That was sloppy, and that was horrendous, and it was horrendous for us. And now you're doing it again.
I'm gonna watch it live.
Should you?
Yeah, I mean, I don't care. But like, why?
I just don't think. I feel like you're gonna get really emotional and say something you regret.
Well, I got the button.
Like, I know you don't have a problem taking it head on. But I just
Of course not, because I know that
you're understandably upset. And I feel like it might be a little.
Can we wait to talk about it, or you want to talk about it?
You should do it off stream. Because I don't know, this escalated initially because we were live and you guys were heated about. I forget what it was.
I just think it might be wise to watch it, think out your thoughts, and respond in a calm way. Because there's no chance that you don't get heated.
I don't need to fucking pre-watch this. I don't need someone else to hold my hand through it. Like, I'm ready to take on anything that these people have to say about me. He's like, "No, actually, Ethan, the fucking Jew bag. Fuck this Jew bag Zionist baby killer, guys. I'm one of you. I fucking hate Jews too, guys."
You attacked us, so I attacked back, and now you're acting surprised and shocked, and you're doing it all on your podcast live. So naturally, you reacting live is you having an emotional reaction and seeing things that honestly are scary.
I just said I vented about them not defending me. What the fuck is he like? He's actually losing his shit and I just can't believe it.
Did you call him up?
So go fuck yourself.
I agree. Fair weather friends who are so happy to be friends as long as they're getting something out of it.
Ian sucks for the same reason right now. He could say something.
Spineless. Spineless. Our POV is like, fuck everybody, and I don't want to hear any excuses. You're not my.
He can't. How can he say that this is a vent when? Hold on. Was it? I think this was the point when they like officially found out he backstabbed him, right? or was this when they dropped the video? No, this is when they backstabbed him, I'm pretty sure. Yeah,
my friend, and you never were, and you never will be. You never will be.
What's very insane about this content cop is I was thinking about Ethan's feelings so much in that video. I thought about the idea of like how I shouldn't be saying the term Zionist or Zionism in that video because I was like, he has explained before that that's personally insulting to him and he doesn't like that. You know, regardless of how true it is, I was like, I'm going to think about Ethan's feelings and not mention this. Fast forward to him reacting to my video, he's just outright calling me a fucking Nazi.
Is it a coincidence that Ian really shaved his head just before doing this video and he's holding a swastika one? I mean, we can free Palestine without being a Nazi. You fucking Nazis. How about that? Well, this is the white savior, Ian, who's just found empathy, unless you're Jewish, of course.
Ethan, people are allowed to shave their head and not be called anti-Semitic. I mean, if you're going to critique his podcast or be pissed off that he personally insulted you, even that is enough to be called anti-Semitic. It's fucking crazy. And I don't want to talk about Hasan's sword. I don't want to talk about Hasan's sword hilt because Ethan himself basically admitted already multiple times he doesn't think any of us did that intentionally, and he would be right.
Do I think any of them actually like wanted to put a swastika in the photo? No,
Yeah.
that's no. I don't actually think that. The chances that they did on purpose is close to zero, right? So I'm not accusing them.
I picked up a random sword in Hasan's room that was laying around. That could be the end of the discussion. You don't actually need to debate Hasan about the sword hilt.
He left
the
it up.
decision making
If it was a mistake, he could have deleted it.
But I'm not going to delete the photo because that would be indulging in your weird anti-Semitic fantasies.
We can free Palestine without being a Nazi. You fucking Nazis. How about that?
I'm done being nice to Ethan. I gave it a chance. My sincerity and my empathy in that last video was real. I was even equating to him having crash out moments in the same way that Denims could have crash out moments. I think we're all capable of it. But he was using it in the video to suggest that I was making fun of his mental health.
To my good friend Ian of 8 years, I really appreciate you weaponizing my mental health against me.
To make Ethan crash out. He's having a parasocial weird crash out. People can have crash out moments. Maybe if Ethan's able to get some help. Dude, I'm not making fun of your mental health. Every example you used was me basically saying that other people are trying to affect you. It's understandable that you're going through this right now, Ethan. We all go through this.
To characterize anything I'm doing as crashing out, that I need help, that I need to get some kind of treatment, is cruel and pathetic on a level I didn't think he would ever be possible of doing.
Every fucking example that you tried to smear me with was me actually pointing to something else that could be affecting you. He even brought the clip of me saying, if you get help, we all need help. Everyone on this planet needs help. I don't care how you get it. You can wander into the jungle and go on an ayahuasca trip. I don't care how you get your help or what you define as help. But if it helps you, that would be good. Because right now it doesn't seem like you're getting much help. The main criticism that I was seeing online with my video from Ethan and Hila is that I didn't mention the CPS call.
There's really just one central point that I want to make here. My good friend Ian, in his hour-long
The
takedown,
biggest
did not mention...
critique is that it just wasn't funny. It wasn't funny. It didn't have that content cop drip and swag. Like content cop had a swag to it. It was just a swagless like vent session. Honestly, it was like he was just venting the whole time, was he not?
one time Child Protective Services. Not one time.
There was not even one mention of CPS.
And a lot of the clips he uses is us fired up from the day that CPS came to us.
So, like,
without even explaining that at least that's the context, it's pretty cowardly.
I wonder why I wouldn't mention the CPS call. Could it be that the CPS call happened the same day that you were shit-talking me, and I didn't have any chance to defend myself? You just immediately, in the same podcast, right next to each other, said, CPS call was very traumatic. And then you said, fuck Ian and Anissa. And you linked those together, you kind of layered those flavors, and then Anissa and I got a bunch of harassment. We had nothing to do with the CPS call. What are all these fucking comments on your Reddit saying, like, it happened because of the CPS call? I don't entirely blame your audience for getting confused, because number one, it's a fucking cult, and number two, you can't even get the timeline straight. So if anyone's watching your dumbass, their brain is also going to get scrambled.
Be friends as long as they're getting something out of it. So again, he's not showing the context. What was the okay, I'll play this part. Did you guys ever find the context of what I was talking about here? Because I feel like I wasn't even talking about him. I could be wrong. I just don't remember ever saying, like, if I did say that,
I thought you were talking about them. About Anissa and Ian in the clip.
That's the same clip of
It's all
when
the
CPS
same
was
clip.
called.
Yeah.
same clip.
It's part of the same conversation.
You completely wipe your brain of what happened during the CPS stream. That's not my fucking fault. That's no one else's fault but yours.
All I wanted for you to do was say the bare minimum of like, hey, this is fucked up. This is not true about CPS, whatever. Like the bare minimum. It came up because they were talking about it on their fucking podcast. By the way, they're the ones that like started this conversation by talking about the podcast. Like, hey, I'm not getting involved.
I think that was their response after you guys initially called them out.
This is what I was talking about. You cannot have something terrible happen, be like, yes, let's make some content, and then shit talk your friends of 8 years.
That's that.
And a lot of the clips he uses is us fired up from the day that CPS came to us.
For anyone confused about the timeline, Ethan was talking shit about us on his Instagram before any CPS shit. He was also talking shit about us on his podcast before any CPS visit. On March 7th, CPS visits Ethan and Hila, and that same day, they decide, let's do our podcast, and let's have the topic be the CPS visit and how distraught we are about that. And then right next to that, right after it, you guys talk about me and Anissa. But you don't just talk about us. You shit talk us, and you imply that we're friends with people who are doing this, who are the ones who are harassing you.
Do you have evidence that H3 Snark called CPS on you?
Did I say that?
Random anonymous,
Did I say that?
Wait, what's the?
I said they're primarily responsible for harassing
Who
me.
called CPS?
What the fuck? So I don't know.
To be honest, I'm very proud that I didn't immediately jump to Ethan and Hila's defense, because when you look into the story, it actually looks a lot shittier for Ethan and Hila. And I do mean that literally. There was this H3 stream where Ethan was dumping as per usual. He was talking about his own health. He was talking about his caca breath, his dog having diarrhea, his dog having giardia.
Olive has giardia. It's a bacterial infection in the intestines that makes you have diarrhea.
His child running around putting things in their mouth.
Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has giardia.
The whole family possibly having giardia.
And now Hila has giardia.
Shut. For real?
And now I think this morning I had diarrhea.
What can I do to not get it?
Yeah,
Because I'm not trying to get it.
It's extremely ridiculous to get. You have to ingest my poop.
Talking about the viscosity of his child's shit.
And although meanwhile he's covered in low viscosity diarrhea.
He mentioned diarrhea a lot.
Crazy diarrheas like in the middle of the night. All the time he's having these crazy diarrheas. You wash your hands as best you can, but these are really nasty diarrheas. And then extremely foul smelling diarrheas.
So of course, Ethan having made so many enemies over the years, other people react to his content. And when other people see that he's talking about his children getting giardia from dog poop.
Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has giardia.
People are quite reasonably concerned. And so yes, anyone who's seeing that content might be concerned enough to call CPS, including
Doo-doo family. What is happening in your house? Kaka Kleins. Brother Klein house is going crazy. That's
Ethan's own chat, which by the
Jeff, he goes, sure, no, what the?
way is not a measly
It's poo.
number. It's about 26,000 at
It's poo hands.
the time of this stream. So there are 26,000 people listening to Ethan go into great
Get this man a bubble. Human centipede. How does that happen? Everyone got dysentery. It's like that goddamn Origin Trail in your house. Well, I think most people, if you have a pet, they shit. Now they should be trained to go outside, especially. Yeah. I mean, maybe if you first get the dog, it's a little different, but yeah, you should be able to train them.
great detail over 7 or 8 minutes about diarrhea, viscosity of diarrhea, his child having giardia, him and his whole family having giardia. They're calling it the poop house. Now what Ethan does, instead of taking any responsibility for sharing too much on his live stream, is that he decides to attack specific creators like Denims and say she was the source of the CPS call because her chat was reacting to Ethan and saying, wow, this is concerning.
Is on her platform right now advocating for our children to be forcibly removed from us by Child Protective Services.
The problem with the CPS thing is that Ethan has proven to be a manipulative piece of shit. So when he calls on me to defend him, what the fuck am I meant to do? I don't trust you, and I'm glad I didn't trust you because in your video defending yourself, you used a video that takes context from like 3 different places and combines them to make it seem like someone is coordinating an attack on you.
Love made a good point. You said, is this every comment? I believe this is a live feed of the chat. This isn't edited.
What about the top right? I thought these were...
No, it's this. I think when you full screen it. No, this is an edit. It's a cutout of the full chat. It's just enlarged over the screen. Yeah,
they're different. I think.
Yeah,
it's not timed the same way.
But it sounds like based on this clip, you knew that it was bullshit and you just went with it anyway. Ethan Klein uses this very deceptively edited video that is just like doing this smooth scroll to make it seem like that's all of Denim's chat. But that's not what it is. And then when he's called out on it, he hides it. He moves his window over the real chat.
Also, this is not a joking matter, by the way. It can be very severe and deadly to small children. I mean, much like many other
Reading the
illnesses,
chat,
it's very, very, very dangerous.
Now pay attention to her chat.
Have a housekeeper anymore. Perhaps he lost his extra housekeeper. So now the house is just like covered in dog shit. And he has kids, and his kids like...
Why does it have to be anyone else's fault but your own? Take some fucking responsibility. It's just so bizarre that Ethan would expect Anissa and I to make a statement when Denims herself already made a statement about it and said that she does not condone calling CPS.
We're talking about CPS. 1, I don't condone. 2, I've never condoned it, and you will not be able to find a clip of me saying, yes, we should do this, because it doesn't exist. I've literally given Ethan Klein credit on multiple times or multiple instances, and I will do it again right now, for not showing photos of his kids.
Part of my criticisms of Ethan initially was the openness. I think it's a problem that you were that open, Ethan.
Well, you know I'm very open about everything. It's part of how I wanted to conduct myself and how I wanted to relate to the audience is to be open as possible about every fucking thing in my life.
It is not strictly a benefit to be as open as possible on your podcast.
Ethan was just sharing his thoughts, what we were thinking. We were speculating.
Sonny's crawling around. He's putting everything in his mouth. He's at that age. He has giardia.
We were speculating.
And now Ela has giardia.
Shut.
Be open as possible about every fucking thing in my life.
Really?
I
don't know, dude. The internet's too fucking weird to give out all that information.
Oh, you don't want to say how many because you're afraid that it will
by all means,
compromise
keep
your
talking about
privacy.
it.
On top of Ethan characterizing me and my wife as anti-Semitic, he also takes a dig at my tattoos.
Bro, you literally look like a fucking free tattoo pack that you get for 25 cents from a windy thing, bro. Like literally my kids have.
Oh, that was Idub sitting in the middle of the creator class. I swear it didn't look like him. The CPS thing. Yeah, it's weird or whatever. I feel like the density of the chat, in which if it's, you know, people spamming it or not, I don't think that matters. I think if somebody, if you know, if like 3 or more people are typing it, then I mean, what the fuck, right? Honestly, if 1, but I mean, all it takes is 1 person to call CPS. That's all it takes. So yeah.
Cooler fucking tattoos from Chuck E. Cheese. Bro looks like he just went to the menu and was like, I'll take that one, that one, that one, that one, that one, and that one.
I have quite a few options here. I can show your tattoos in all of their glory, or I can show that your tattoo made it to the top of awful taste but great execution subreddit, which is not a good thing. I mean, it might be a good thing for the artists that you work with because that means that they did a good job from a technical standpoint, but it's sort of a failure in every other aspect, particularly the decision-making aspect. If you want to go tattoo for tattoo, Ethan, we can do that. You want to keep it to other things, we can. I'll give you that option. Ethan also talks about the potential CTE that I might have after boxing.
Yeah.
Ethan, your whole system is scrambled.
No, your brain is scrambled for getting punched in the face too many times because you don't understand the situation. Some people are saying the CTE is starting to take effect, I guess. That would be comforting.
Getting someone tatted, like, ooh. You know how crazy that is to get somebody tatted? Boy, ain't no fucking way, boy. Ain't no fucking way, boy. There's no fucking way I'll ever get somebody tatted. I ain't gonna lie. I gotta fuck it. Especially the face. A face? Shit.
If there was some explanation at least.
Any amount of CTE that I may have endured after doing 2 boxing matches, I'm going to say is preferred over having to share the load of doing 50 jumping jacks with my wife.
Yeah, what if we both do 25 at once?
25 each for.
Oh my goodness.
Great form, by the way. Really nice. They must
What's wrong with that?
work out.
Also, why are
He's doing them wrong. He's doing them totally
My wife.
wrong.
What if we both do 25 at once?
25 each for.
Oh my goodness.
He's opening his legs. He's opening his legs and then opening his arms. I've never seen that before. Wait, what? Wait. How does someone do that? Wait. That is an interesting... That's a... Jumping Jews, it's half off. What the fuck? It does look like a mugshot.
Nice. They must work out.
Also, why are you talking about CTE at all? Like, you've continually illustrated that you can't keep track of anything.
It came up because they were talking about it on their fucking podcast. By the way, they're the ones that like started this conversation by talking about the podcast. Like, hey, I'm not getting involved.
I think that was their response after you guys initially called him out.
He can't even keep straight who attacked who first. He thinks that our podcast where we're expressing sympathy for him and Ela was the impetus for him talking shit about us. I much prefer boxing-induced CTE than harassment-induced CTE. Ethan acts like we're such great friends and that like he shared such intimate moments with me. But it's all horseshit. He's lying. Like the whole thing is a fucking lie. He's manipulating his audience. We did not have a close relationship.
He texted me like one time, like, hey dude, we should talk this out. And I was like, I don't feel like having this conversation right now. That's it. So he kept trying to get me on the phone or text with me. And I told him, dude, honestly, I don't feel like having this conversation right now.
Okay.
Fair, right? I just didn't want to do it.
Just in that particular moment, or like at all?
Well, it turns out I didn't want to talk to him at all.
Okay.
If the relationship was that close, you would have talked to me on the phone. You wouldn't have shit-talked me. You would be curious where my brain was at and where I was coming from. There's this moment in the content cop where I'm trying to give an example of the cycle of harassment. Have you ever been in a comment section and found someone to argue with? It doesn't stop. It can literally go on forever if you don't want to touch grass.
I mean, yeah, this was kind of... Okay, what's that to do with me?
I don't know.
Are you okay?
Ethan and Neela act like they have no idea what I'm talking about here. So, I mean, maybe they don't. It's a very obvious and easy to digest point. That's why I made it that way. I'm going to explain it here so everyone on the internet understands. When you have a podcast where you are constantly emotionally dumping and saying things just off the top of your head, and you're attacking other people randomly, maybe from your perspective it's not attacking. Maybe you're just commenting on someone else's situation.
He's got to be one of the most visually repulsive people. FaZe Banks, like, in my opinion, he's somewhat repulsive to look at.
And
pedophile. Pirate Software was like weird about, like, look at my old voice, it's so lame. What an obnoxious loser. She goes, I can't believe these people are so obnoxious.
Bro,
and he,
wait, what the
Pirate Software
fuck?
he's got to be one of the most visually repulsive people. FaZe Banks, like, in my opinion, he's somewhat repulsive
She
to look
look
at.
like bro. She looks like Meg.
Wow.
That's literally what Meg looks like, bro.
He's got to be one of the most visually repulsive people. FaZe Banks, like, in my opinion, he's somewhat repulsive to look at.
And
Wait. This literally is the same person. It's the same person. Oh shit. Don't they look? Dude. That's funny.
Pedophile. Pirate Software
Mika Griffin
was like weird about, like, look at my old voice, it's so lame. What an obnoxious loser. She goes, I can't believe these people are so obnoxious. And he looks like an idiot who's obsessed with me, dude.
But what happens when other people comment on your situation? It doesn't feel too good, does it?
But he's like, no, actually, Ethan, the fucking Jew bag. Fuck this Jew bag Zionist baby killer, guys, right? I don't know if that's what the video is.
That is the back and forth I described it. You might have thought we were just saying that Ethan and Anissa are bad friends. Well, guess what? We didn't take it that way.
Our POV is like, fuck everybody, and I don't want to hear any excuses. You're not my friend, and you never were, and you never will be. You never will be.
What we took it as is Ethan and Neela are shit-talking us. They just implied that we are okay with people using CPS as harassment, and now all their fans are brigading us. So I am going to respond in kind and make a content cop. So yes, that is what the cycle of harassment looks like.
Okay, what's that do with me?
I don't know.
How about you fucking Nazis? How about that?
You might think that all the harassment you're getting has everything to do with your politics and your idea of Israel-Palestine, but a lot of my gripes were centered around you dragging me into your shit. You know, you knew that you were going through a lot, and you were saying, I'm hurting, I'm now going to make them hurt because they're not putting their head on the chopping block. Fuck you, you're a piece of shit. I'm sure there's anti-Semitic people that are attacking you guys, but they're not me, they're not Anissa, it's not Hasan, it's not all these other creators that you're attacking. You're not the biggest victim on the internet, Ethan. Other people can experience a horrible fucking time. And guess what? They're not getting this other benefit, which is 26,000 viewers. You're getting a lot of money, a lot of content, a lot of things that you care about from these beats and from this harassment. There are a lot of people that you've just bullied, and they have nothing to gain out of it. Frogan isn't making a bag from this. She's not getting content out of this. You're attacking her in relentless ways and endorsing so much worse harassment than what even you send her way.
The shit he said and posted about Frogan
Very
over the past
nasty,
years is
very
like
nasty,
insanely nasty shit.
Yeah.
Worse than anyone I've seen. If this is true, absolutely mind-blowing, insane shit.
Hold on, it's not worse than anything you've seen. How could it be worse than anything you've seen?
Literally, no. I
He
guess
was
not.
very nasty. Well, I'm just saying, people like fucking want to like lay down and fucking like.
I'm talking about specifically against Frogan.
But like he called her fat, right, and ugly, which is horrifically mean. I get called a fucking baby
I was
killer.
talking specifically
That's
about
way
Frogan.
worse than being called fat and ugly, in my opinion.
Also, on top of Ethan.
So, Frogan got mad or something, right? She got like or like people were just being like Islamophobic and weird. Which obviously, if you're basing anything on somebody's identity, you're just being a prejudiced asshole. I still think though, you know, Frogan coming at soldiers, it just doesn't make any like. Frogan should be mad at Dick Cheney and Liz Cheney, right? She shouldn't be mad at some random soldier who just wanted to go. I didn't want it. Who was mandated for military service, mandated by the government. Like it's Liz Cheney, Dick Cheney, all those people who appointed, and or any advocates for war, like. And who like those are the people, not a random fucking soldier. They just doing it because they have to. A lot of them don't got a choice. They don't like a lot of them, they don't be having families, and it's literally the only choice. So, and then when they get out, they don't have a family. So then they have PTSD. They homeless a lot of the time. Like a lot of that stuff is traumatic, bro. And them people really fighting for their land and their pride and for really all of us. On the basis of security. So I can understand where she's coming from, but I don't think that's the right place to direct the hate. It's really the governing officials who make these decisions happen. Biggest issue is systemic. We need more funding for shit that helps people and less for the military. Exactly. I think the military industrial complex is a scam. I think it's a scam because who is going to... Okay, we need money for war for some reason. Okay, cool. Right? Trump says, you know, he wants an Iron Dome defense mechanism, whatever the case. Who are we going to war with? Because if I feel like our war is not going to be a war. Like World War III is not a war. It's a destruction. It's a self-destruct. It's a self-destruct button. So who's going to invade us? Who's going to like... Do you think that there's going to be a missile coming from another country that aims at the United States? Bro, that country would be blown to shred within seconds. You give it 30 minutes, the whole thing's flattened. So I don't get this, like, a lot of the funding for military is a waste because they don't be doing shit besides giving it to other countries or fighting a pointless war. Now, a secure border, that's good. A lot of that, like you said, a lot of the issues are systemic. It's a lot of systematic oppression, and they dupe the people. Like with the Shiloh Hendrix, Carmelo Anthony, and the gorilla debate. This is like a distraction. Like, there are 13 families who run the world, and niggas is worried about, can 100 men defeat a gorilla? Like, that's what be blowing my mind. That's why I was like, I can't have normal like small talk is so hard for me because it's like sometimes that's the conversations that people want to have, and it's like, bro, how is that going on in your brain right now? Like, dude, it's so weird. It's a lot of systemic issues, and like you said, that's the only way. It's the only way to fix the like a lot. I think it's, some people see the problem. Some people see the solution as the problem they're talking about, but you have to prescribe the solution and not talk about the problem. But like they think that saying bad culture is bad is gonna fix black culture, right? Like, we need to take steps into the right direction of fixing it. It's never gonna work if all you have is a bunch of people saying it's bad. That's not even how manifesting works. Can 100 men in one military industrial complex? Now that's a Mr. Beast video. I got 100 men. It's a problem because I think, okay, besides like a secure border, besides obviously having stuff for wars and to support your allies, what else would propagate someone to start a war with us to the point where we need an Iron Dome defense mechanism for a country that would try to invade us, or whatever the case may be? Like, nigga, they gotta go by water anyway. Like, I don't get it. It's a scam. It's a scam. Military industrial complex is a scam. I guarantee. Like, I seen a video of like them shooting one of those they were test shooting one of those like big ass turret machines on a ship, or I think like they in like some random terrain, and each bullet costs like, I don't know, like $1,000 or like $100, something like that, or I don't know, it was a lot, like $1,000, something like that. And they shot it for like 30 seconds, and you slowly, like every bullet that they shot, they up the percentage of how much money it was. They shot the round for like 30 seconds and it spent $2 million or something like that. Insane. And that's just one gun. And it was basically saying like that's everyone's tax dollars are going to that. Everyone's working for that. And it's like, I mean, are they even really like money is the root of all evil, because you're paying for a system that kills people for product and like freedom. And it's like, okay, I understand, but there's gotta be another way. There's gotta be. That's the easy, simple way. Anybody can be a coward and kill someone. It's about trying to resolve the issue in a more nuanced, detailed, effective way. So doing your due diligence is going to be way more important. And I think in the long run, it just is better. We're all one. We're all in unison. Like, I don't know. It's just, I feel like it's very simple. It's the solvulent isn't simple, but acknowledging that what's concurrently happening is wrong is very simple. Yeah, you have still people who advocate for it. Like, the system is obviously flawed. We can't keep fighting for a flawed system. It'll never be fixed. You have to try to fix it. And honestly, the only real way to fix it is to destroy it.
Ethan and Neil constantly victimizing themselves. I did notice that as soon as we didn't immediately
it has to rebirth and resurrect.
Jump to Ethan and Neil's defense, Ethan took that to heart and he started to make that his employees' problems. Instead of just, sucking it up and taking it on himself, he decided to imply that Lena is going to have a problem with that.
A lot of this has ramifications for the crew. The way that they have it set up is basically, if Lena were to drop out, she would lose, like, she would have to pay back like $25,000 or something like insane. And besides that, which I told her I would cover if she wanted to drop out, she's working really hard. And just because I'm having an issue with what's going on here.
You bringing up Lena dropping out of the fight was you publicly showing to your fans, like, I don't approve of this. You were saying this shit before the content copy even came out.
Which I told her I would cover if she wanted to drop out.
But now you were saying that you didn't have a problem with any of it until I made the video.
I was totally on board until the organizer put out a video calling me a psychopath for harassing his friend.
Obviously, Ethan and Neil will victimize themselves every chance they get, but when they have the chance to victimize someone else who's on their crew, they'll also do that.
You already forced Lena into this horrible situation. And again, you forced this situation on her.
Why would I do such a thing to Lena? Dude, you have as much agency as I do. You didn't have to badmouth me on your podcast. That was a choice that you made.
So go fuck yourself.
I agree. My good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up.
Oh, the organizers of this event are not jumping to my defense? All right, well, maybe instead of shit-talking them, maybe I should zip it.
So go fuck yourself.
I agree. You already forced Lena into this horrible situation. And again, you forced this situation on her. By the way, iDubbbz, Lena's fucking having a panic attack.
So go fuck yourself.
I agree.
But you're just lobbing it to me and Anissa. I'm lobbing it back to you. You're the one who brought it up. If you lob it back to me and you say, well, I didn't have your back publicly. Well, fuck you. I'm going to lob it back and say, you're being irresponsible on your podcast and you're not taking any accountability for the shit you're putting out online. I think that's going to do it for this video. There's a lot more that I can share, but I'll save that for the future. And in closing, I will reiterate so that, there's no ambiguity about it. Anissa and I are no longer involved in...
The U.S. federal government roughly spends $1 trillion annually. This does not include many military-related items that are outside of Defense Department budget. Overall, the U.S. federal government is spending about $1 trillion annually on military-related purposes. Signed a record $886 billion defense spending bill into law. Why? Why? Bro, second largest is China with only 300 billion. We double their shit. They don't want smoke, so I don't get it. If China don't want smoke, I don't get it. I think that they're using some of that money for other nefarious acts. That's what I think. Do you know how much $1 trillion is? I don't think people can wrap their head around how much $1 trillion is. Like, actually. Like, hold on. Compare 1 trillion to 1 million. I want some crazy like visualization of $1 trillion. Oh my gosh. Dude. Look at this. Look at $1 trillion compared to 1 million. This is $1 million in your hand. Okay? It probably wouldn't be like that. It'd probably be like a decent amount, but similar. Something like that. Not that big. Look at this. This is the military spending budget. Look at how small this guy is. He's a little mouse. And it's, dude, it's doubled. It's doubled. It's this times 2. This makes, nah. I don't think you need that much. I don't think you need that much. Why is China's outdoing us in the mathematics of it? Because they're not spending that much. Like, we could be using a good percentage of that money. China's not going to invade us. Russia's not going to invade us. And if they do, they're cooked. So you're spending all this money on a military industrial complex that has to be stolen value, that has to be stolen lottery. There's no other way. There's no other way. It's stolen. It's stolen. There's no, why would you need this much money? There's something fishy. I don't trust it. I don't trust it. Reminds me of mass incarceration. We have more prisoners than China. And they have so many more people than the prison system is a full-on financial like exploitation of prisoners. It's a slavery. It's like a good slave, because sometimes they have like phones and stuff. It's like a basically premeditated slavery. Like they like, the system wouldn't be in place if you couldn't make money off of it. People would run rampage. Like, it's so fucked. Are you fucking kidding me? This shit is double stacked. I think, okay, so compared to China, we have basically, we're spending, hold up. So we're spending $1 trillion. China in 2025 is spending 245 billion. They're outsmarting us. They have more people. They're spending less on their military and innovating their technologies. They're outsmarting us with the numbers game. We're getting cooked. We're getting cooked because we're too stupid to stop spending money on pointless wars, pointless complexes. I don't understand why you would need this system. Like, I understand. So maybe there's something that I just don't know. But I just think it's pointless. It's pointless. It's a scam. It's a scam. So we're outspending them by almost $800 billion. Of course their GDP is going to be way more significant. Of course they're going to have way more innovated. China just introduced the first 10G. Of course they're going to have insane phones, the most powerful phone in the world. Of course. What are they doing with all the money? They're doing pointless dumb shit with it. Now, I understand that the military is important. I'm not just writing off like, oh, we can't have no military. But I think if the team that we're taxing them off for tariffs, we're trying to come at these guys for tariffs, right? Which just fucks us all. Why don't we reinvest into ourselves? Why don't we just reinvest into ourselves? Do we not win by reinvesting? I swear we win. Into our own people, our own conglomerates, tax reliefs, frugal spending, cutting social grants when we're spending $1 trillion on the military, and China's only spending $250 billion. Basically, so that means that they're surpassing us. They're surpassing us in every metric possible. More people, less military spending, more innovation in technologies, better GDP, bigger cities or more technologically advanced cities, more it's not even a question. Efficiency, they sell lower. The only thing we have is intellectual property, but they are whooping our ass. Hold on, this may be cooking. They may have cooked up right here. Let's see. It's bigger than you think. Let's see. Maybe we're wrong. Maybe we're wrong. China reported the national people, the NCP, earlier this month. That is the budget and total expenditures of only 245 billion. Okay, and then let's see here. China's real military expenditure, accounting for all or at least some off-budget spending, probably amounts to between 300 to 4, so half. But they've still cut it in half. Do you know what you could do with $500 billion, $400 billion you can give back to your people? Do you know how many schools you could innovate? How many colleges oh my gosh, how many urban cities you could rehabilitate? How many cars you can autonomously start testing in the future? Like, you can innovate your technologies. What are they doing? They're selling the bread. Even this, look, their budget is 700 billion. Senator Dan Sullivan estimated the real budget is 700 billion. We're still outspending them by 300 billion. We need to be head to head. Head to head. Let's see our GDP compared to China's. Look at this shit. They beat us per capita. Per capita. I can't even. It's like a tiny ass line, shitty ass line. Look at this shit. I mean, you can see it, but oh my gosh. They're beating us in a numbers game. How do we have the best we have the best mathematicians, and they're beating us in the numbers game? I can't believe it. What? Wait, how does this? Well, this one says that they're beating us, or we're beating them. This can't be real. Is this real? Wait, are we whooping them? Are we whooping Goldberging them? Based on different approaches. Oh. I mean, I think it's safe to say China's just doing better than us. Like, they've used what? Look, we need to start studying China at this period. What did they do at this period? Was it the microchips? It had to have been the microchips or something. What did they do during this period to just up our shit? Like, this right here is the 200 EMA hitting that 30.0 Fibonacci retracement level and hitting that double bottom and just skyrocketing. Holy man. Like, we're getting cooked. What is this? Per capita. Oh, per capita we beat them? But let's look at China. China's cities. Oh my gosh. Look at this, bro. Look at this fucking... It's a Minecraft house. Look at this building. This looks like a Fortnite POI. This looks so dope. What? Look at these. They're so innovative. Bro. Alright, let's look at United States cities. The best we got is New York. I'm not even trolling. I could be wrong though. Boring. We only have one city. Like, fuck. Where's our shit at? Oh, it's all going to the country. Oh, okay. We only got New York. They only showing us pictures of New York. Where's everything else at? We got one city. We got one city. I'm pretty sure I've seen something where I think like some random city in or I think it was like Missouri and I forgot what it was. I think it was Missouri and someplace had the same GDP, but compared to us, or their city looked like some shit out of the future, and Missouri looks like Missouri, right? You look up United States cities. I had issues this the other day, and I was like, or no, it was like a few weeks ago, or a few months ago. I was basically like, what if we could make the United States looks like Dubai? Now, obviously, Dubai's a little bit of a scammy area, but like at least they look at Dubai. It looks good. Why don't we look this good? Like, why do we just spend money on nothing? It's so stupid. Cutting money on social programs. Bro, just stop spending all the money on the military, or if not, equal out with China. If you want to edge them slightly, pause. I think that's fine, but I don't think if they not spending that much, why do we have to be spending that much? And then why do we have to be giving it out to so many other people? It's like the taxpayer dollars are being gypped. Look at Dubai. Look at Dubai. There's no reason why the greatest country in the world shouldn't look like this. The greatest country. Dubai should look like pennies compared to us. Now they got the oil, so I mean, yeah, they got us beat. But it's just the thought, like, they definitely spending too much money for no reason. Gotta be. Because why else, or how else would they be able, how else would China, who's spending less on the military, it's crazy. Spending less, saving more, with more people, better technology, better cities, better equity, good GDP. The only thing they're missing is branding. Like, they're just not, I guess they're just not good at, we got you know, your Captain Marvels, we got your Marvels, right? We got your McDonald's, you know, your Hello Kitty. We got like the little artsy cool IP, intellectual property. But other than that, I mean, and that's not even that important. Really, that's not even that important, right? They got us beat on production because they have the rare earth metals. They have everything in line. Like, it is ridiculous. They have everything. We have to issue tariffs back to them in order to compete. We're getting gypped on spending. I'm asking Grok. I gotta ask Grok. I gotta ask Grok. I have to. It's the only way. Cause I'm just okay. Cause I think Grok. I think it's just something I'm missing, and that's where we're going wrong here. It has to be, right? Because why would they be spending this much money? Okay, why would the United States need to spend $1 compared to China if they're only spending 700 billion. I think it's fair, right? Is that a fair question? It could be a dumbass question, but like, if we're not gonna get invaded, what's the point? All right, let's see. It's gonna give me some booger facts. The disparity between the United States and different countries is approached by shooting. Okay. Their currency may go farther. So it's regional. Okay. U.S. global reach. Oh, okay. Maintains a global network of approximately 800 to 700 military bases overseas across 70 countries, supporting alliances like NATO, partnership with the Indo-Pacific, and operations in the Middle East. This requires substantial funding for logistics, personnel, maintenance, and infrastructure. For example, the U.S. spent $850 billion with significant proportions allocated to overseas operations and readiness. China's regional focus. China's military strategy is primarily focused on regional dominance in the Indo-Pacific. With limited global presence, its official 2025 defense budget is approximately... So, what the fuck? It's approximately 246 billion, 1.7 trillion yuan. I don't know how to pronounce kron. How you pronounce that? Though estimates the SIPRs, the SIPRs, suggest 309 billion in 2023 when accounting for off-budget items. China maintains no significant overseas bases, reduces logistic cost implications. The U.S. global commitments, including defense allies like Japan, South Korea, and NATO members, necessitate a budget far larger than China's, which prioritizes regional power projection, such as, but like, I don't know. That just seems like, I feel like it's definitely workable. It's definitely workable. I think we should just be getting out of wars, but okay. The U.S. personal expenses. The U.S. operates an all-volunteer force of about 1.3 million active duty troops with high salaries, benefits, healthcare, and pensions. Okay, that makes sense, right? For example, an American soldier's salary starting around 40,000 compared to a Chinese soldier's currently, what? They're getting paid 7,000? 7K? That's like nothing. Oh my gosh. Healthcare, veteran. So, but if the United States wanted to compete with China, who's our biggest op? China. Why are we not copying the ops? That's what I'm on. Why are we not copying the ops? Oh my gosh. Okay. Benefits also add significant costs, with the Department of Veterans Affairs budget excluded from the core defense budget. China's conscription-based military with about 2 million active personnel operates at lower labor costs due to lower wages and fewer benefits, even when adjusted for purchasing power. Parity is the word. PPP, like the PPP loans. When people doing the PPP loan scams during COVID, China's personnel costs remain a fraction of the United States. So their personnel remains a fraction of the states. They got more people. Bruh. Bro, they got free healthcare. You see how they finessed it? They can pay less because they have free healthcare. So they're already insured. Now, this is because they have means of production. Cool. So I understand the tariffs of like trying to get sweatshops at home because you're trying to, they say it's cost expensive, etc. So what the play should be is, who's willing to work for $7,000? Cracks, heads, bums, homeless people, retired veterans, like bottom of the barrel society, respectfully. Retired veterans aren't. It depends, right? It depends. Okay, so more than likely, somebody who's willing to work for a low wage is gonna be an immigrant. It's gonna be an immigrant. It's gonna be an immigrant. So if we look at this, 7,000, nigga, brother, 4 times 7 is 28. 28,000, and that's still half. That's still less than half. You could 4x. You could get 4 more people. See how much a week of groceries cost in China for a family? Okay, let's see. I'm gonna just ask Rock. Fuck it. I'm gonna go back up to this though. How much does a week of groceries cost in China for a family of 3? Okay. We're asking Grok. We're gonna grok it. Okay, let me come over. So right here. Here's one thing. I want to look at this real quick. Advanced technology procurement. The U.S. investment in innovation. The U.S. invests heavily in cutting-edge technology like 5-3F program, the B-21 stealth bombers, nuclear submarines, and space defense systems. I think this is very important. For instance, the 2024 budget includes $36 billion for nuclear modernization and 30. Do you know that China just introduced the first nuclear run drone that has unlimited mid-air bonding? It has unlimited usage, like it runs off nuclear, so it doesn't stop going. It doesn't have to stop going. It can go forever, until forever. So how is it that we're spending more but we're making less? Something's off. Something is off. That seems scammy. Does that not register? So wait, we have what is presumably to be the best people in the world, in America, in the best country, yet we're spending more than our op, or at least the person we're trying to get ahead. It's like you know those little, like the little kids when they have to make those little make home go-karts, or those like makeshift carts, and China came in, or almost like Real Steel. Real Steel is a great example. The Chinese dude had this big ass Zeus nigga, but Adam was he was an atom, right? He knew how to move into space. He knew how to pop and lock. And even though they had the advancements in like cool technology, this nigga Hugh Jackman still made it work with raw power. He had raw talent to outdo that. The big shebangy stuff. To be fair, we don't know all the tech that the US has created. We won't see it as civilians until they use it in war. Right. I think a lot of it is released late though. They released that shit like 50 years later, 100 years later. It's like, oh. I still think though, like, what is the case for it? Why is it, okay, it's like, okay, we can do this, right? What's the point of a tariff if you can copy China and you can create the technology and you can, because what it really comes down to, I was playing this game. It's this game called Conquering Countries. And nigga, you know one of the best strategies to beat the game is sending a spy. How do... Oh my gosh. One of the best ways. No. Okay, there we go. Conquering Countries mobile game. It's one of the funnest games of all time. This game. It's like, I believe the point is to, I believe the point of the terror is to cow China and slow their economy down for a while. Yeah, I understand, but it's the same thing with like fixing yourself out of a problem. So if you get sick a lot, a huge component to why is probably because of what you're intaking. So the fact we have to pay for healthcare is like it's an exploit, because you're basically telling the people that, yeah, eat the Lay's chips, eat the Reese's Pieces, go to the Super Bowl, consume all of this. And then what happens is the pharmaceutical companies will necessitate themselves. So you've worked yourself into a problem without realizing it. The United States has worked themselves into a problem without realizing it, instead of copy pasting China. It's like if you start a fresh faceless YouTube channel, I guarantee there's a YouTube channel out there you can copy paste and get similar results. Competitive pay. So, because at the end of the day, it's all the same shit. People, money, I mean, that's really it. People, money, and land. It's all the same shit. You got product, you got land, you got people. So, government spending is going to be your main focus in getting all the bullshit out. But even in, it's like if you're moving, sometimes you got to rearrange a large part of the truck, even though you don't want to really fix it. Some shit might even fall over, but you'll at least arrive to the destination if you really care, if you really wanted to, and not like little dick it. Like, we got to come with some BDE if you really trying to beat China. I understand the tariff is trying to slow their economy down and hurt them for a bit. And okay, cool. I don't think it's enough. Create a disease and then charge money to pretend to cure it. Long-term customer. It's corruption at its finest. Why does the US benefit from a weak population? My only guess is control through debt. That's a good one. Debt is spending leverage if you're smart enough, depending on if you're using credit. But debt can also be used as a loan and an interest against you, especially when you're dealing with banks. Now, banks know how to finesse the lot. They know how to finesse the system by loaning you money and then pretending. They have this whole backing system where they'll loan you the money. You then use this thinking that you have the same interest. And there's obviously if you're using credit, etc. And then for the long, speak slowly and carry your bait. Oh God. And then for the long term, it's a long-term play. Long-term, high IQ play. Because and there's you can do this differently, because you can even do things where like you buy the money in a stock and then you get the loan, and then the loan, if the stock collapses, then you get the cash off of the loan. But it totally depends, because I think a lot of people think like if it crashes, you're gonna be like insured, but you're still gonna have to owe that money back. You're gonna be having to pay double. But if you can leverage some credit and good spending habits, then you could be like, oh, let's go, we got it, right? We got a good credit score, we have good credit history, we have a good spending history. And that's how banks are like, okay, I trust this person, etc. my money. But so like you said, with creating a disease and then charging to pretend as if they cured it, somewhere in the government, shit went AWOL when we started to go along with the system. Instead, like China and other countries, foreign countries, are scared of their people, so they listen to their people. And we've been programmed to be scared of our government and listen to our government. So we obey. So like you say, they benefit from a weak population. We're getting gypped by being told these like sweet nothings. Listen to the government. They're efficient. They know what is right. And it's really colleagues. Bro, you ever had a colleague and they've been there years and they're just as about as efficient as you, if not worse? Or it only take you by a year to catch up, a few months to catch up, and y'all basically in the same. So you thinking that the government is this efficient place that's ran by these smart people, and it's a bunch of dumbasses. So hold on, because we about to get to the Elon Musk and Doge team. He revealed the whole team. It's a guy named Big Balls. Big dick and big balls. We need big dick and big balls. That's what we need. That big dick and big balls. Pause. Okay. So I speak slowly because I want to really make sure I'm getting it. I'm getting in the nooks and crannies. Okay, so they say it's 200. Who is Dan Sullivan? And what does he know? They say it's 200. Let me see. United States Senator. All right, Dan. He looks like Major Monogram. He looks like what's that dude from Spider-Man? Dude, wait, let me see. Major Monogram. Bro. What is it? He looks just like Major Monogram, bro. Major Francis Monogram. Same guy. Oh my god. It's Monogram with no face. Okay. So he's a senator in Alaska. So how would he know that they're spending 700 billion? Liz Cheney comes to Alaska, praises Sen Murkowski. This is Sen Sullivan. Man, fuck Liz Cheney. She aggravating. She be sending to pull people off to war. No fucks given. That's annoying. Let's see. Let's see. I mean, he kind of does look like Major Monogram. A little bit, right? I kind of get the same thing. He looks like somebody drew Dr. Phil from memory. Oh god, oh god. Okay, let's go back to Grok. Okay. So, okay, you asked earlier. Bro, I asked it didn't even work. Regenerate, bro. Okay, so how much does a week of groceries cost in China for a family of 3 compared to the United States? Estimating the weekly cost of and analyze available data. So average weekly cost for family, 2 adults and 1 child. The average monthly grocery cost is $200 per week. Okay, $200 per week. For China, dude, 98. You know, do you get what I'm getting at? We have, you know, there's a, you know, I think it was China. You know, China used a biological like fungi to map out the directional like archive of their like agricultural like directional geological like measurement. Like basically there's a fungi, it's like a super smart fungi that can go in a maze and like figure out exactly how to maneuver in the maze, and they've mapped their actual maneuvers around the natural phenomena. So what I'm getting at is we haven't grooved our, we're not grooving our, it's not a smart 100. Like this is what I'm doing in with my channel in general. I made a bunch of videos and I wanted to see what would stick, and I was trying to figure, you know, what I like to do on camera, what's good, right? And I was trying to fit myself so that I can comfortably fit in and it not have to feel like I'm overbearingly working myself. It doesn't even feel like work. It's just, I'm just chilling, right? So what China did is from the get-go, they fit themselves in perfectly. Like everything was about the people, not about high-ranking individuals. It's like the United States is so captured by a ranking system and not a system of disparity and equality. Or it is on disparity and not on equality. It's not on like a general basis. So, but the problem is that everyone suffers because it doesn't even go by identity. It goes by class. So this system is flawed. It's a messed up metric. So look at this. This is insane. This is insane. The United's fucked up. They fucked up. Fucked up. For a family of 3 with average of 217, higher costs reflated economy, reliance on processed import foods, and regional disparities. China. So wait, hold on. They're spending even less by the lowest minimal amount, 150 per week, 250 per week. Okay. So that's 600 a month. Right? Roughly, right? So, and so their cost in China is less, so their pay less. Doesn't mean only bad kids are taking these jobs. That's my only point. Yeah, that's because China has the means of production. What I'm getting at is everything has an equilibrium, and so even though we are spending, the dollar doesn't matter. Don't think about the dollar as a system or a metric, a monetization. They can print more money. What is a problem is their necessity for creating efficient systems. The government's not efficient. It's not efficient. Hold on, not even that, but the preying on capitalism has allowed them to use that as their like, because capitalism does help us a lot. That's the problem. It does help us, but it's used as a system that allows you to essentially levy the interest of a low class person to then feed a higher class person, but the higher class doesn't need, so they spend less because a lot of things are free for them. So the more money you make, the less you even need to spend, therefore furthering the problem of wealth inequality, because the disparity between both classes is going to stay at this lower echelon. Now, if you're not smart enough to reach that bell curve and figure out how to exploit the system, like your billionaire, your Soros, etc., you're going to always stay at the remaining bottom, right? Now, a lot of things have helped people in terms of crypto. I think that's probably one of the best exploits is crypto, right? And stock investing. But The system is flawed even in government-based systems like the IRS. The IRS is a flawed, scammy system that is used in Social Security to exploit old people and people without financial literacy. The system itself, so it's not about the money. It doesn't even matter about their means of production. It's about the system. It systematically doesn't make sense based on, you have capitalism, you have identity, you have, I don't even want to think about money. Money's not even real. It's not even, don't even worry about that. You have ideology-based officials, and you have three branches that are supposed to be efficient in skewering the bullshit between the real. The federal system, I think, is the worst of them all, because the Supreme Court, they just rule shit out. If it's good biz, it's good biz. If it's bad biz, it's bad biz. Sometimes they approve bullshit, but it is what it is. I think a lot of times they approve bullshit, but whatever. It depends on who's the system. So what I'm on is, if the systems in place are completely flawed, everything, why would you keep it? Why would you keep, if you ask the person, when you were in school, did any of that stuff stick with you? Why would you keep the Department of Education? There's clearly a flawed system. There's clearly things in there that are being perpetrated that shouldn't be in the classroom. If you're trying to fix the problem, how can you solve the problem? By not redoing the problem. The problem here is that they're not willing to redo the problem, and I believe that Trump is. I think Trump is willing to crash the system in order to rebuild it. You're right, the US system is for wealthy people. The wheels turn here from the backs of the lower and middle class who pay all the taxes and provide all the labor. Exactly. Do you think the justice? I don't think that, if you're talking about Supreme Court justices, see, that's a hard one, because let me look this up real quick. Let's see. Is that what it is? Wait. Okay, there it is. So, is the framework proposed by... So how do you pronounce this? How the fuck do you even pronounce this?
Gerontocracy.
Oh my gosh, a gerontocracy. That's what it is. A gerontocracy. Yeah, the geriatrics. So a gerontocracy. I think there's another one. I could be wrong. Is it fuck. Aristocracy? I think it's an aristocracy. Let me see. Ah. Is that no, that's wrong. So a gerontocracy is basically the oldest people or the most wise people rule. I think there's another, I could be missing one, but I think there's another one. Basically the oldest people rule because they'll be more wise, they'll have the most experience, right? So putting a cap on the age limit is the only reason. It's like, well, a lot of older people, like Trump wouldn't be able to run if that was the case, right? Because there would be a cap on it. And I don't think that I don't think someone's. I think the framework in which someone is born can shape the way that they think about people in general, right? Like if somebody's obviously born in segregated times, they may have a more segregated oriented mind. If someone's born in a more free will progressive era, they're going to be it's the same thing with like astrology. Like I said last time, my last stream was a long time ago. Aristocracy, yeah. And so the oldest person is obviously going to be someone who has the most experience, but they can also be the most prejudiced. You get what I mean? So as long as that person isn't like an actual prejudiced asshole, you should be fine in most cases. That's why I don't think like an age limit on those types of things is right, because and sometimes it's even better to have those because they lived in every era. They've seen everything happen. They know they know a lot, you know what I'm saying? They should be able to count. Right, like they should be functional. Yeah, they should be functional. They shouldn't be, like lost, if we actually were a system run and maintained by we the people, I'm curious if the system would we work for a better outcome. But our government is hijacked, in my opinion, from far from a republic. It is definitely captured. Let's say that it's captured. They've entered in there. They've ratted it up. They ratted it. And so it's that's actually what it really ties down to, is the actual individuals in it. Now, let's go to Big Dick and Balls. Big Dick and Balls is a guy that Elon is working with, and these are like young students basically, and they're about to like fully going in, bro. So Doge interview with Jesse Waters. Bro, Jesse Waters is literally Tom Tucker. It's the same guy. So this guy, let me slow it down. Okay.
Part 3. Here's the interview with Elon Musk and the rest of the Doge crew. We finally asked the one question on our mind. Who's Big Balls?
It's me. That should be obvious.
Why do they call you Big Balls?
I just said it as my LinkedIn username.
Okay.
Well, people on LinkedIn take themselves like super seriously, and they're pretty adverse to risk. And I was like, well, I want to be neither of those things. So I said it, and honestly, I didn't even think anyone would notice.
Yeah.
So what do you
LinkedIn
do?
is so cringe.
What does Big Balls do?
Right now, I'm working on some payment computer stuff. So one of our initiatives is to root out fraud and waste. And to do that, we started looking at the payment computers. And as mentioned earlier, like there is no accounting of what payments actually go to in the payment computer. So
How do they not
look
know
at a
the payments
specific
are
line
going?
item, like $20 million. And you're like, okay, well, what is this money going to? And for the majority of payment systems, it's like, well, we don't really know.
This is what I'm talking about. How do we not even know where it's going? It has to be. I feel like that has to be the same thing with everything. I think some of the military button, some of it has. I just don't. I foresee something's got to get cut. Something. They're spending too much. They're spending too much. You know what I think? And I think we're a bunch of idiots. And I think that the Great Pyramids was a huge electrical grid system that allowed them to power basically the entire planet. Possibly. And so, yeah. And so, if we're not going to build the pyramids of Giza, we could at least use the big ass sun in the big huge. Hold on. No. How much energy does the sun admit atomically. Dude, what is even this number? What even is this number? Dude. The sun emits approximately 3.8 times 10 to the power of 6 joules of energy per second. This is equivalent to 384.6 septillion watts. In simpler terms, it's about 650,000 times the amount of energy the Earth uses in a year. In 1 second, in a year. Why are we not exploiting the sun? We don't even need dude, we're in an entire electron universe. It is an entire electron. It's full electricity, and we're paying for electricity when the electricity is in the sky. I can't look. What are we doing? We're selling. Why are we not full solar? We are not full solar. It's ridiculous. Valid take. I go back and forth on it because it feels like this problem with how the court is packed based on whether justices decide to retire. There's a problem any way you slice it. Yeah. What you're talking about is the justices. I was thinking just in general, like as a president, because people want to cap on the president, but it's really about whether the person is functional or not. There's people who are old as fuck and they're completely functional. Like Trump is an old guy, but he's functional, right? He's not like a bot, right? So you can be an older person and still, not be prejudiced, not have any, bad ill will towards people, etc. Just want the best for your country, etc. That's what I think. It's just patriotism is what really matters, and not holding a prejudice based on identity. That's all. If we could solve some corruption with term limits, let's fucking go. But sadly, I don't think that does anything besides move people around more. It costs a bunch of money for them to run for office. I want more accountability, as Joe is complaining about cutting waste. Money is a fool, dude. I don't think term limits is the worst thing. I think term limits can be bad. Like if you're dealing with a Joe Biden, obviously they lied about Joe Biden's functionality. And if you're that, if you're just inept, you shouldn't be in office. Okay. It just is the case, right? Now, a lot of people will have like conspiracies or whatever they want to say, and they're just like, all the presidents are cousins and they're all in a family and it doesn't matter who's going to be the president. Which there may be some truth to that. Or the government is ran and infiltrated by a foreign country. But if we're just basing this off of like, how I'm basing it off is fuck all that, right? Fuck all the whatever, the conspiracies. You can fix a problem without even having to keep the same fit. It's like a crackhead. It's like a crack addict. A dope fiend. It's like a crack addict knows that there are other ways to get dopamine hits, but it's still gonna do the crack. Like a crackhead is fully aware that if they just exercise, they can still release the dopamines, endorphins, and serotonin in their brain. If they just did basic libido, if they did yoga, stretching, they know that they could do that. A lot of crackheads are smart as fuck, but they know a quick fix. The junkie knows the quick fix. America knows the quick fix. Wealth disparity, divide and conquer, all these weird tactics. So non-financial literacy, especially in school. So they're gonna basically psyop people into using the government as like an efficiency system and necessitating them to then and then the government's going to use that against them. It's so sad. It's so sad because the government knows that they can get money off of corporations. The corporations are going to fund, the corporations run the government, really. The corporations are what get people fat and hungry or fat and greedy and unhealthy and sick. The government is then like, oh, we need a system for this. So we're going to have a pharmaceutical company, and then the pharmaceutical company is going to make the same products that they get imported from China. And then they're going to use that to get people to pay for healthcare. Then they're going to deny some people and ensure it's a corrupt system. It's a false. This is why Luigi Mangione was right, but he was wrong. Luigi Mangione had a great point, and then he did it with terrorism, which is just inefficient. And so the fact that you can, like, someone can sit there and see blatant corruption and then still advocate for that system is insane to me. The companies make the product that get the people sick, that then those people now rely on the government, and it's just a continuum cycle. The only way to fix your dopamine hit, your crack hit, is to break the cycle. It's the only way. It's the only fucking way. Only way. Head out. I heard you say the term gypped, and I just wanted to let you know that term is offensive to... Wait, what? Oh, I didn't know that. Well, I'm just saying, like, I didn't know that. My bad. Like, just get, like, to get, like, you know, to get played. Be safe, fish. Yeah, term limits probably wouldn't fix the issue completely. Yeah, I don't think it's term limit. It's blatant corruption. It's the inability to want to change. It's really just comfortability and satisfaction. And it's not acknowledging that we started off wrong. We think we did it right, but we didn't do it right, because if we did it right, we'd be just like China. What is... Here's what I'm on is to get ripped off is probably based on gypsy, which is I never thought about that. That's interesting. That's interesting. I want to look up this real quick and then we'll go back to the Elon Musk video. So like I said before, there is a fungi, I think. We in USA. Hold on. I think it was a fungi. What fungi did China use to make their... They mapped their voting system with a natural... They use... Look at this shit. Wait, oh, it's transportation networks. So they didn't use fungi to construct its voting system in a traditional sense. It says how do you even pronounce this? Fusarium. So however, the slime mold Fusarium polycephalum has been used in experiments to model and optimize transportation networks, including roads, and the slime molds and natural network formation as inspired engineers. This fungi, like organism, can connect food sources in a network that mirrors efficient transportation system like Japan's subway. Oh, we're talking about Japan. Oh shit. Let's see. There's other ones. Some research explores fungi like trichoderma. What the fuck? Trichoderma. To repair cracks in concrete by promoting the formation of calcium carbonate, which can fill voids This is a difficult application than using fungi to model road networks, but it highlights the diverse ways in which fungi can be utilized in infrastructure. It probably loosely translates into plastic fungus. It's so weird because like it's so dope. It's just doing it it does it by itself. Look at it. It does it by itself. It's so strange. And their whole like transportation system is mapped after it. But you get what I'm saying? Like China's using like or I think it's Japan, but they're using things that are just out of they're just I don't know, they're just thinking way smarter. They're thinking naturally, natural resources, natural phenomena. Like they aren't going against the earth. The United States is about like trucks and ruckus and shit. Let's see. I'm gonna see what this thing looks like in action. Time lapse. Oh, it was Tokyo. It like maps out an entire road. So this is one. It did a maze. Look at it. It found its way there, bro. How did it do that? It's like a real thing. It's like alive. That is just, I don't know, that's so interesting. That's a whole universe down there doing stuff that we don't even think about. Yeah, much of our, like a lot of, like I know that there's like these like sucky things, I forgot they are, but they're like inspired by those fish that stick to sharks, and there's a lot of things just following nutrients, right? But I think that's like, that's what I'm getting at, is like the United States has it's almost like it has a disservice to serve only a higher echelon, basically. Because the system, if they really wanted to fix the system, they would redo it. And not even just that, but the way that it's set up, it was set up for those people, and even to try to fix it, you have to get rid of those people. It's like, it's a full just player get played.
And yeah, they're like, what?
It's a player
that
get
would
played.
be the response.
Is this the most basic responses?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the most common response.
What do you say when people just say, I don't know?
Well, it's a huge cause for concern because, like, the upstream thing, which is distributing the money, literally has no checks and no accountability to the actual American taxpayer. So it's a huge vector for fraud, waste, and abuse.
Do these people not respect taxpayer money?
I mean, there's no incentive to if you work in the government. I think the incentives will always decide the outcomes.
Yes.
Do you guys feel like you're putting yourself?
I'm frustrated because the USA is not to be meant to be a class system, but it clearly has become elite versus pleb. Exactly. It's a play get played, boomer get boomed. It's the United States has put their foot on backwards and is trying to convince people that it's on right. It's got its shoes on the wrong foot. China's got their shoes in the right feet.
Self at risk by doing this?
Gaslighting is big since COVID. I think a good way to fix this is if terrorists are really what they really want. I think that they they reduce that military budget spending. I think that they keep immigrants who are willing to pay low or work low wages and then build those workshops at home, those sweatshops at home, with the extra money that you use from the military, and there you go. You don't even need a tariff. Because they're saying, okay, we want our production. We want either you to fold and work out a better deal, and or we want sweatshops at home and the production in the United States. When I'm playing the game Conquering Countries, me and other countries, they should make a desktop version of the game. It's really fun. It's a mobile game. You have people you people you fight. You have to you kind of have to build a relationship with them. You kind of have to it's like if you were really the president, right? I can't say China is an example of it's just system. It's just different. America used to run Jeep shit, but exploiting poor nations, and then they put in some moral lifestyle to be better. Well, you're right, and what it is that it's a Wealth Inequality and Disparity Act. You gotta sign that. It's the fact that wages have not caught up with the supply and demand of inflation. So a lot of wages are basically the same, if not less, or people are getting, so a way they fix the crook, and this is like crooked corporation, it's a basic simple exploit is, even if you give someone a higher wage, you just work them less hours. So now they can exploit and say, we pay this many workers this much wage, etc. But they cut their hours in half to save on that stuff, right? So we can't depend on corporations. Our capitalists are here to create our intellectual property, invest in our technologies, and further us as a nation in general, right? Our private sectors, our private companies are that's our up on China. That's what we got that China don't really got. And so what we need is to focus on the biggest thing we're spending that we don't need. I think it's the military. I could be totally wrong, but after we just went over this thing, we just went over the where is it at? Let's go to my Grok thing. Like you can like you compared right here. Oh shit. Oh. Three family in the United States is about, while China is about 150 to 250 a week, while China, same price is like 90 to 130. China's lower costs reflect cheaper local staples and PvP through China's whatever the case, regional lifestyle further. So let's say it's dietary differences. Look at this. Look at this. US includes more processed foods, processed foods and meat, while China diets rice, vegetables, smaller portions affecting. You don't even need to eat that much. Do you know the body can literally survive off sunlight and water for the most part? It's like we need to claim, I don't even know what you call it, but it's like homosynthesizing. You got photosynthesis, you got homosynthesis. And it's like it uses the sun and water. Is homosynthesis a thing? I gotta look that up. We may have just discovered a new term right here live. Scientific discovery. I don't even know what it's called. Is that a thing? It's not a thing. Why isn't it a thing? It should be a thing. Bro, you can fast for a long time. People, you're thinking of US wages. We're buying cheap goods from some other country that pays their people way less. We are reworking now and making things in-house. It's going to cost more, so be it. That's what I think. You just have to. You have to. Wait, what is that? Eritreans? What is an Eritrean? That's not even a. Oh wait. Wait. Oh wait. You're right. Oh, you're right. What the fuck? Breathy. Wait, breatharians? What the fuck? Who believe they can survive only on. I don't think it's only. It's like very little to no. Because I don't even eat that much. I don't eat that much at all. Like, I barely eat. I just had rice and shrimp. I barely eat anyways. Like, I don't even need to eat that much, and I don't even get that hungry. So that's how I know you can survive off of barely eating. Like, I don't eat that much at all. At all. Now, obviously, it's gonna be different. You know, people are gonna want their food, etc., or whatever the case may be. Right? I know a lot of people like eating. Hey, it is what it is. It's what like Americans like. Nutrition is important far as is far from eating nutrition. Right. It's really about what you eat. You can eat a ton of celery, right? You can eat a ton of potatoes, a ton of I don't know, rice, right? And you'll be way more you'll be perfectly fine compared to other, you know, heavy because they put the animals in this like horribly constricted, bad environment, toxic environment, and then they kill the animal that just it was scared, it was living in complete famine, nothing, just the bottom of the barrel, scraping up food for it, and then they kill it, and then now it's possessed all that anxiety, all that fear, all that horrible energy, and then you consume it, and then that's when you become sick, you become anxious, you become this. So it's about, dude, I watched a video yesterday of how they make red meat, and it's literally like they pour a bunch of shit into a blender. They pour a bunch of, it was like white stuff, and then they poured a bunch of red juice, and then they poured like some clear liquid, they mixed it up, and then it turned into meat. Oh, that's disgusting. That's disgusting. They tripping. So let's see. Groceries. I think groceries is what Donald Trump said won him the election, and he said that was a huge component to him trying or what he was trying to work out, which is fixing just like price gouging. Okay, so they said he falsely claimed to lower grocery prices. Okay, so let's see. So it says, no, Donald Trump did not cut grocery prices during his second term. Now, he just got here, right? But as 47th president of the United States, which began January 20th, despite campaign promises to lower groceries immediately starting on the day one, evidence indicates the grocery prices have either remained stable or increased since he took office. Ah, man, posting on reality, consumer price, right, CPI data, tariff impacts, Trump's claims and his administration claimed grocery prices were decreasing. For instance, in April 24th, 2025, Trump posted on Truth Social that gas and groceries are way down and claimed egg prices were down by 80%. These claims were refuted by BO data and fact checks, which showed no such decline. Truth of the food industry is a great example of hell on earth. Exactly. Trump's tariffs, including a 10% baseline on most imports, and end up to 145 on Chinese goods implemented in early 2025, are expected to raise groceries prices further. Economists note that tariffs on agriculture imports from Canada and Mexico, 44% of U.S. agriculture imports in 2023, act as good food tax, increasing costs for items like meat, vegetables, and fruit. Yikes. external factors rising. Price are influenced by factors beyond Trump's control, such as avian flu outbreaks, supply chain issues, and climate-related disruptions. Economists emphasize that presidents have limited short-term influence. I think that's like, it's not like it's going to be instant, right? So it's like, why even make the promise? Making the promise low-key, bit deceitful. He did not cut grocery prices as promised. Instead, prices have risen modestly since January 2025, driven by inflation, tariffs, and external factors like avian flu. Claims of price reductions, such as 87% in eggs, are false and verified by BL. As data, this trend may increase the cost disparity between U.S. and Chinese grocery bills. U.S. families facing higher expenses than China out counterparts. Yeah, you're talking about with the tariffs. So it's a very, very weird situation going on. Very. I didn't even know that. Breatharians, is that what they go by? Breatharians? Like, how do you even pronounce that, bro? Breatharians. It doesn't roll off the tongue. Homosynthesis. Homosynthesis or homosynthesizer. Does that go? Is that better? Breatharians, homosynthesizer. The process seems a little bit more efficient with homosynthesis. Okay. See about this. Where's it at? Wait, where did it go? Where'd my Tom Tucker video go? Oh, here it is. Good morning, I'm Tom Tucker.
Because you're stirring up so much hostility by these people ripping us off?
100%. Well, we don't need to speculate about that. You can see online in the protests that they make that very clear. I mean, I've been hanged in effigy many times. And there have been people that have actively advocated at these violent protests for my death. And also advocated for the death of the people at Doge.
It's terrorism.
The young folks of us have gotten email threats from reporters and the public alike. I think, speaking for myself, I dropped out of Harvard and came here to serve my country. And it's been unfortunate to see...
You dropped out of Harvard. Ooh. What do you think of the executive order to cut funding for the NPR and PBS? I don't know what NPR is. If you're talking about PBS, I think I did hear about PBS. Ooh, the executive order to cut. If PBS was showing kids like, you know, weird stuff that they don't need to be seeing, then I don't mind that. National Public Radio. Do kids even watch that? Like, do people even watch that? Let's be honest. What's National Public Radio's audience? Let's see. Are they propagating on there? Oh, NPR. I seen it. Oh, I've seen NPR. Never mind. I'm thinking of PBS Kids, bro. I'm not real. If these networks are captured ideology, oh my gosh, Sid the Science Kid, bro. If these networks are idealistically captured, then yeah, I mean, it was for political bias. Yeah, if they're captured, then I don't mind that at all. Oh my gosh, I remember this Wildcrats, Octonauts. Dude, I used to watch PBS Kids, bro. But see, if they're targeting PBS, if PBS was actually like doing that, then I can only imagine how close they would be to getting whatever their agenda is across into PBS Kids, starting them young and then trying to get them young to then conform to their ideology and rhetoric. It's exactly how it works. It's a sick sick grooming of children.
Lost friendships. Most of campus hates me now. But I think fundamentally, I hope people realize through conversations like this
Most of campus hates
reform
you.
is.
Wow. Why though? Why though? Like, why? I don't get it, bro. It's good that they got younger people who are going to be active and efficient and like just ready to move and be because it's the fact that like y'all was saying term limits. It is the fact that they're old, but it's also that they're not like spry old. They're not ready to go. And so being able to like older people have that wisdom. They've been here for a minute. But like, let's say we got these guys right here. Let's say, 2 years in, 3 years in, and they're starting to, they get the hang of it. They know what's happening now. They're gonna be they're gonna be more clear of thought. They're not like older people have more stuff written on their canvas, right? This is clean slate. A lot of this is gonna be unbiased, depending on how they were raised. It's gonna be unbiased, clean cut people trying to get to the actual nitty-gritty corruption and actually try to solve an issue. That's what I think. I think these two kids are savants that think in computer code. Oh my god. They're stoked and get into the mix. Exactly. I could imagine that. I mean, if you drop him out of Harvard, right? Like, I'm imagining he's got smart, high IQ individuals who are looking to problem solve, fix the problem. Don't propagate the problem more, divide the problem more, right? We know that on Twitter there's a lot of divisive rhetoric, but it's almost like it's like a tit for tat type of game, but it's also so that we can see what everybody's saying. How does this person feel? Oh, that's how they feel? Okay, well now we know, etc. A lot of times when people get mad, that's how they truly feel. You know what I'm saying? That's how someone truly feels when they get really mad, unless they're like putting a character on or trolling. But most of the time, when people get mad and they start spilling shit, that's when they're really trolling. Or that's how they really feel, right? And so like Twitter is like a big rage bait platform where they just rage bait people, but it shows what people are truly thinking. It's a weird like synapses. Think about how much these young dudes shred up the swamp. Imagine they drained it. Oh, they drained it. Big Balls, he's the guy who's going in and he's big balling it.
Genuinely needed. And if there's one, I think this is important to say, if there's one group of people who really have a shot of success, it's the people here. They're up until 2 a.m. Monday through Sunday. Doge does not recognize weekends.
That's
We're working
good.
all the time.
That's good.
What inspired you to drop out of Harvard to do this?
There's a lot of...
I'm sure he didn't just drop out, right? I would hope, right? I'd hope, they've got him like set up in some way, like where, he's financially secure or in some way, has a career after this, right? I mean, if you worked for the government in Doge, I'm pretty sure you're gonna have, right, the money. Yeah, you're gonna be good. It'll be fine. This is great for the resume. This is one of the best resume things. How many people have had this on their resume? Only this group of people.
Reform that's needed. I think
And other
the
people
value
reform.
of this and the impact here
But
is
never at Doge.
so much more
Never at
vast than anything you
specifically
could
Doge.
learn in a classroom doing computer science.
And you
So he
guys are
basically said, I'm tired of doing fucking computer science and coding, like losing my mind coding. And he's like, time to get in. I would do that. I would do that.
Being here,
Why not?
I'm hearing you guys
Yeah,
are
why like
up
why
all
not?
night.
Like why
You have
wouldn't you
this
do
meeting
it? You know
at
what
10
I'm saying? Why
o'clock
wouldn't you do
every
it?
Wednesday.
Morals, 100%.
Go back to work right after this.
Yeah.
You're going back to work after this.
Yes.
Right.
It's almost 11 o'clock.
So that's early.
It's early? Can I go to bed? It's an incredible work ethic. You guys should be really, really proud of yourself.
That's good, bro.
Do good people come up to you
And the thing is, old people need sleep way more. Old people need sleep way more. Old people need sleep way more. Now, some old people don't. Like, I remember when I already said this before many times, but I remember when Trump was running and he was doing his rallies, I went to bed and he was doing a rally Then I woke up and he was doing a rally. Then I went to bed and he was doing a rally. And then I woke up and he was doing a rally. And it was like in between. He wasn't sleeping that many. He couldn't have been sleeping that many hours. He couldn't have been sleeping that many hours. He had to have been sleeping maybe 4 or some shit. 4 or 6 hours and he was up. Trump's on some serious Adderall. Some of people only like 3 hours. I'm telling you, bro, he was up and ready to go. It was insane. Like, he wanted the presidency too much. He wanted it too much. He wanted it way too
Say
much.
thank you for doing what you're doing.
Absolutely. There are people in the State Department that will stop you, or all of the agencies that we've been to, that'll stop you in the hallways or write emails and say, I was scared to write this, or I don't know if
He sounds like Ben Shapiro. He sounds like Ben Shapiro, bro.
you're interested in this. But they usually have great ideas. And if they often have the best ideas because they've worked in the places and they've been stifled by the bureaucracy for so many years. So one of the great things that, at least in my experience, and we listen to them and empower them.
So yes, in fact, I'd like to emphasize that because we'd like to just give a big thank you to all the government employees who are helping reduce the waste and fraud, because this is, we really couldn't do it without you. So,
That's good.
It's a group effort.
It's like Hotel Transylvania. And you got to go in and find
I'm not
all the
trying to
monsters.
sort of say all government employees are bad. That's absolutely not the case. It's just that, there actually just does need to be a serious effort to reduce the waste and fraud. And we're just making that happen. And a lot of people in the government are very glad to see it happen.
That is good.
It's really important to recognize every single person around this table that's embedded within an agency is supporting that agency, whether they're working on systems or working through people. We are encountering droves of government employees who are missionaries, not mercenaries, who are actually here serving because they believe in what they're doing and they want to do things well. We are trying to empower them, and they feel empowered now to ask the question of why? Why aren't we doing this? What else can we be doing? How can we fix this? And I think agency by agency, it is filled with exceptional government employees, right? And when we give them the tools, when we give them the systems, and we leave behind systems to help them do their jobs better, that's the permanent change.
100%.
Right? And they're embracing that, not because it's new to them, it's because it's something they've always wanted to do. But for the first time ever, we're giving them the tools and the collaboration to be able to do that.
100%.
Very important message. That message needs to get out a lot more. I'm so glad you said that.
Right.
We have exceptional people at all of our agencies. Exceptional. I mean, they do a thankless job and they work incredibly hard.
I love to hear how collaborative
I'm sure
it
they
is.
got probably the best people they possibly could, right? Like, they probably got the best possible person, I would think,
with
for,
these
like, whatever
people in
field
these
they're in.
agencies, and it's
And
not all
closer to a
conflict.
younger
Sometimes
or
in the
more
media, you always hear
modern
about conflict. And you guys are considered these ruthless suits that come in and scare people, but it's
Bro, they've come in and chopped the block down. I could just imagine, like, dude, like, that is insane. Like, could you imagine being some, like, old lady who just got fully dropped by some, like, 19-year-old computer science savant?
Conflict,
Oh,
but that
man.
is the exception. It's actually true of history in general. People study the wars a lot, but actually most of the time there wasn't war.
it's just not as exciting.
It's just not as exciting.
Right.
Exactly.
Well, for the TV guys, we like conflict, but in this case, we love the collaboration. So thank you guys. Thanks for allowing me this access in here.
All right, in other news, 100 days of President Donald Trump's second term means 100 days of Elon Musk and his effort to eliminate wasteful government spending.
So Rich Edson is live outside the White House with
That
more
one's not
on
easy
Doge
money,
and
I
just
bet.
how much it has saved the American taxpayer and what its future looks like, Rich.
Yeah, that's right, Brian Ainsley and Lawrence. The Department of Government Efficiency and Elon Musk say they've already saved billions of dollars for U.S. taxpayers, $160 billion, according to
His name would be Dickhead Son. Or Dickhead Son.
the department, which breaks down
Right.
to about $1,000 a
it's not Richard,
taxpayer.
I
Ways
guess.
to go, though, to the
The same
$2 trillion Musk initially targeted. Doge has slashed federal programs, employees, and entire departments.
Wow, he named his son.
Is
somebody
Doge
named
just
his
getting
son Rich.
started?
Ooh,
This is a long-term enterprise.
fire name.
It's a long-term enterprise because if we take our eye off the ball, the waste and fraud will come roaring back.
They can Doge when Democrats get back in power.
We're trying to have it be such that the funding is removed, so the grants are gone. So there's a lot of work required to restart the waste and fraud.
Musk's special government employee status is scheduled to end May 30th. He also says he's going to be spending more time at Tesla. Democrats want him out now. They accuse Doge of overinflating savings, cutting vital government services, research, and foreign aid. Yesterday, Vice President J.D. Vance toured a steel factory in South Carolina where he said the Trump administration's first 100 days marked the golden age of American manufacturing and also oil production.
Now, to me, that marker means a lot of things for the state of South Carolina. It means a lot of...
Oh my gosh. That's actually insane. 1/4 of $1 trillion in savings without losing any efficiency. Hopefully.
things for this plan. It means a lot of things for America. Number one, 100 days means energy dominance. We have started drill, baby drilling. It means cheaper gas, and it means America that is self-reliant.
As for President Trump, after that address last night at the University of Alabama, he is spending the weekend
100 days
in
in
Mar-a-Lago.
office.
Back to you.
Yep, so they're not going anywhere. It's just their leader's going to go back to one of his full-time jobs. Going to probably be there 1 or 2 days. Thanks, Rich. He's going to be there 1 or 2 days a week. They did bring up that one of the things that Doge has done is their actions have led to the layoff of 283,172 job cuts. That is half of all the job cuts in the country. But it was always been the intent to thin out and lean out the federal workforce, which is 2.3 million people. Many of them took buyouts.
Yeah, to get paid through September. If you took that deal, you had to sign up, what was the beginning of February, and then you were paid through September. Many of those people left and got other jobs, so they're getting 2 paychecks now.
Nice talking with you, bro.
Well, I'm concerned really about if a new House comes in during the midterms or a new Senate. In 4 years,
implement this.
I feel like they're just going to put all this stuff put in place. So I'm just curious, when they do this big, beautiful bill, if they can put some guardrails in place where they can't just reallocate all this stupid spending on all this nonsense, wasteful gender studies nonsense.
That's why elections have consequences.
Right.
That's why if you vote conservatives, this is what you get. If you don't like it, then you vote the other way. But Elon did say he put into place safeguards so that doesn't happen. When you take away a contract, in order to get another contract, you have to fill out all the paperwork. It takes time. So it would take a long time to get back to where we were originally. But you mentioned in the first hour the Iron Mountain limestone mine. It's this mine that's about an hour outside of Pittsburgh, and it's where retirement forms, folders, all the documents from people who work in federal government services, when they retire, it takes about 6 months for that retirement to go through because all this paperwork is done by hand. It's stored in manila envelopes, cardboard boxes, and there are 10,000 applications per month. So it takes a long time to go through everybody's files. But there are a lot of people that work at the mine. There's 700 plus people that operate 230 feet underground. So if they do close down this mine and make it all on computers, then to make it quicker, your retirement quicker, those people do stand to lose their jobs. So maybe we could train them to do the computer system.
So it's already happening electronically, and this can't be reversed. No one would want to. Here's what Doge has done with the mines, and this is their game plan to modernize retiring and getting Social Security.
Okay.
If somebody wants to retire, they can't because it takes 6 months to compile the paper and carry the paper into a mine where it is stored.
What?
And also, all the calculations are done by hand.
Why do they have it in a
Everything
mine?
has to be 2025.
Reconciled, adjudicated. This is thicker than the Lord of the Rings trilogy.
Yeah.
And if I had to process this, I would rather do my taxes in the dark than have to go through this.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
What we're doing is we're bringing this process to go through this.
Too,
And if I had to process,
too antiquated. Why are they going down to? That's like a cartoon, like prehistoric histrionic cartoon.
I would rather do my taxes in the dark than have to go through
That
this.
still has a system in place
so
where you have to physically
what we're doing is
go down
we're bringing this
to a
process
mine.
online with modern software. And I'm excited to share that as of tonight, we have 25 retired.
That seems like it just seems so basic. It's like, oh, by the way, we're just gonna redo it with modern technology. Oh, What?
retirees
What do you mean?
going through an entirely online retirement process in the government for the very first time.
It sounds so simple.
Yes,
It's
it's great collaboration with retirement services inside OPM. So this has always been their dream, and we're just here to help accelerate it.
90s, right? It sounds like something we'd be talking about in the 90s.
Yeah.
Like, oh, this is our first, we have computers and we have the first 25 people retiring.
All of the people that are complaining about
exactly
Doge in
like
Congress,
this
why
can't
didn't
be
try to fix
real.
this? Obama
What
didn't
am
try
I
to fix
looking?
this. Joe Biden didn't try to fix this. All of them could have fixed this only because of Elon Musk and Doge and Donald Trump.
But it's indisputable the gains that they've made. It's indisputable that now if you're going to want to get money from the government, you have to write what you're actually getting it for and be accountable after you get paid. This is certain things with systems, nothing to do with jobs, that are just gains.
And that
just
young man that
pluses.
went to the mines, he
Right.
showed you that thick stack of one person's retirement. That's one person.
Right.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I mean,
Brian, kill me. Oh my gosh, what? What kind of name is that? I'm Brian Suicide. I had another one. I didn't want to say it though. I didn't want to say it. Oh man. Oh, fuck. Okay. Oh shit. Oh man. My things are. Oh, I don't even know if I want to. Do I want to? I got a size of my follow. I don't know how to make it. I don't even know how to block, can't lie. I got a brand new chain. Ooh, that's tough. I got a brand new game. Ooh, that's tough. I got a brand new thing. I get your bitch to pull up. She wanna suck. You wanna be with some man? Oh, you wanna get married? Like we're afraid of songs. Okay. Okay, here it is. I would, but I don't know. Global network, China, military, da 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 da. I mean, we basically went over all of that. We went over all of that. There's more stuff happening. So the Met Gala is this week. There's a lot more stuff that's gonna be coming, etc., etc. Shin Sharp got gypped by some. Oh my gosh, I wanted to do this, but I don't think I would make a video out of it. Yeah, I want to do it, but there's, man, that would be funny. I think what's his name did it. I don't want to. Dude, it'd be so funny. It'd be so funny, bro. It'd be so funny. Fortnite released a new season. Oh, by the way, bro, Fortnite releases the Jenna Ortega skin for only 3 days. I didn't even get to buy it. What is that? Bro, why? Bro, why do they just drop it for only 3 days, bro? I didn't even get to buy it, bro. I was gonna buy it. So they did this unban where they unbanned everyone's accounts, and I was just getting email after email. I probably got like 10 accounts or something. It's insane. I got all my accounts unbanned, every account unbanned. Actually, there's one that I don't have, which is actually my best account, but it's because it was on my friend's account when we started. Because I used to play on his account when we first started, but it was basically my account because I was the one who played Fortnite more. But I gave it back to him, or I didn't give it back to him, it was already his. But like, I played on his account, and now I don't have that account anymore. That was my best account. It had the most PR, it had the most earnings, and GG's. It didn't have that many skins, but it still had a lot of, PR. But I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. Should I play this? I have recorded a few songs while I was gone. Should I make a song right now? Thinking. What to do. I could make a song right now. I mean, it all depends, right? If that's what we're feeling. Oh, that's tough. Oh, also, I reset my PC, so I fixed my scroll wheel. I had a huge problem with my scroll wheel reset, had like bugging out, and so like I fixed it and like I'm good now. Let's see. Are you afraid of some heights? Oh, that's tough. I got you. Which one is it? There we go. Oh, that's not even gonna fit. Okay. I think there's one more. Let me see. So apparently they're trying to like address his political blood sport, the leftist character assassination attempts. Oh God, with Laura Trump? Wait, Laura Trump has a moment on Fox News? This is the most famous
Elon, a year
thing I've ever
ago,
seen.
right now, you were praised by the media. You were championed by the left. Most people in general had a very positive view of you. And a year later...
Wait, has that changed?
Yeah, it's changed a little.
What?
So tell me what the last year has been like for you.
Well, it's not been boring.
Oh, it's fucking Eric's wife. I thought this was literally his daughter. I was supposed to say, what the crust?
Sure. An eventful year, to say the least. At least I didn't get shot, you know. Look on the bright side. But we have had people shoot up Tesla stores, and...
oh my God, they're burning down it. Like, it's gotta be rough, right? Burning down his vehicle, company was losing valuation, everyone hates him. It's gotta be rough. I think that they're trying to make it hip and stuff, but some people, I don't get some people. Some people are performative. Some people are very like, just performative liberals, because like, they're like, the government's so old, a bunch of like old people doing old stuff, and then you bring in some new people, and you bring in some new fresh minds, you bring and like the White House account does like some, like it's like mocking like drug like cartel members and like drug fentanyl dealers and stuff, and like, how are you not laughing at that? Like, it's an old like fat illegal immigrant who's selling fentanyl, one of the most deadly potent drugs of all time to people, like, and so like I don't know, on Twitter they're like, why are they laughing at them? This is so, bro, I don't give a fuck.
Burn down Tesla cars. I wasn't expecting that level of
like,
violence,
good,
really.
Bro.
I mean, there's obviously been attempts
the
to
fentanyl serving drug dealer.
sort of boycott Tesla and my other companies, and basically
That's, like,
put
simple.
whatever pressure they possibly can on me and Tesla and to some degree my other companies. And I guess that's what happens when you go after waste.
I still think you have to do your due diligence and deportation of illegals, right? And I think you know, someone say like, hey, fuck the due process. I think you still do. I think you just have to keep the normal ones. Just keep the normal ones. The ones who are just the worst of the worst, bottom of the barrel, those ones gotta go.
And fraud, because the people that are
Everything has
receiving
to fall into
the billions of
place.
dollars waste and fraud want to keep receiving
It's
it.
100% true.
The people doing the bad things want to keep getting the money. And you're necessarily dealing with an unsavory group that is, since they're doing illegal things already and we're stopping them from doing illegal things, obviously they're going to do bad things to me and to my companies. Somewhat inevitable, I think.
Do you
Wow, that's insane, bro. They're actually psychotic for that.
regret doing what you've been doing? Do you regret coming out and supporting President Trump?
Yes, no.
I hope not.
Cut that part.
I hope not.
No, I think it was essential for President Trump to win to ensure that America remained great, and that we reached greater heights. Really, some very basic things need to happen. We need to have, obviously, a secure border. We need to have safe cities. We need to have sensible spending. I think if President Trump had not won, I think the Democrat campaign to import vast numbers of illegal voters would have succeeded. And they would have naturalized vast numbers of illegals during...
Oh my gosh. Biden, please let us in on their knees. What is this? What is this, bro? What? There's just no way that's like. There's just no way this is real. Are you kidding me?
The sort of Kamala regime, and they would have turned America into a one-party state from which we could never escape. Some people out there may be somewhat skeptical. They may think, well, that there isn't some Democrat plan to subvert democracy and achieve a permanent one-party, deep blue socialist state. And I assure you, the more you research it, the more you will see it is true. Biden was simply asleep at the switch. He was ineffective regarding...
Yo, they got him looking the worst possible, right? Holy shit.
Illegal
they got the
immigration.
worst image they possibly could, like... Oh.
No, he was highly effective at ushering in millions of illegal immigrants with a specific game plan to
win an election,
naturalize them, and ensure that there would be no swing states in America anymore. Often the margin of victory there will be 20 or 30,000 votes. So if you bring in 200,000 illegals, which will overwhelmingly vote for the Democrats, then that swing state becomes permanently blue. Then you have the House, the Senate, the presidency.
When did Elon Musk finally say, you know what? I feel like something is really grossly wrong with what's going on in this country?
Well, I started having concerns about 3 years ago, but they were sort of,
dude, I know
just had like an uneasy feeling. Something doesn't feel right here. The censorship was becoming ridiculous.
Gamer chair? Does he have a gamer chair in the White House? Are you kidding me? Or wherever they are?
Like I had the most interacted with account on Twitter before the acquisition. So I was very finely attuned to what the algorithm was showing me or not showing me, and who got suspended or didn't get suspended. Twitter was being run at a very far left basis. When I felt the censorship walls closing in, I was like, okay, I gotta do something, and the thing I can do is acquire Twitter and make it a bastion of free speech. And that's what we're trying to do with Twitter. Like, no one on the left has been suspended.
It obviously got toxic because people basically wanted to run with it and like abuse it, and that's basically what's happening right now. Now, I want to say in like the far future, it's gonna cool down. It's gonna cool down. Once everyone sort of like economically starts flourishing again, if that is the case, then that's when everyone's going to be like, oh yeah, it's all good, whatever, resolute, etc. And it's going to be like, basically like, and this is only if it does happen, right? But, which right now it's not really looking too good, but you know, hey, hopefully we can do the best, right? It's basically going to be like, they're either going to be like, for eternity hate Trump, or be like, oh my God, he died for our sins.
Suspended. But we did unsuspend people on the
He died
right.
for our sins.
And, let the
Well, not actually died, but like, got attacked, etc.
Place of ideas win. And then once we unlocked Twitter from being censored, then we started to see what was really going on.
And it was not efficient, and it was 80% of Twitter got flushed out, and it's still running properly and almost more effective. Also, people get paid on Twitter now. It's a lot more of just a more active site. Now it does obviously spark a lot of rage bait, curated content, etc. And that just kind of comes with letting people say whatever the fuck they want. But at least they can, right? Freedom of speech is the main establishment for democracy. Everybody knows that, right?
And I became increasingly concerned. I'm like, wait a second, I'm seeing videos of people streaming across the border on Twitter, now X, I'm like, and I was like, is this real? So I said, well, I'll go to the border myself. So I went to Eagle Pass, Texas, and sure enough, people streaming across the border. And I was like, so is there any vetting of these people? Like, no, the Biden administration is letting them all in. And I said, well, but some of these people clearly have criminal affiliations. Like they literally have the criminal affiliation tattooed on their face. The left is kind to the criminals and cruel to the victims, which is not empathy at the end of the day. If you're a high trust society and you bring in low trust or untrustworthy individuals,
right?
That's now you've got a fundamental breakdown in the system.
Recipe for disaster.
A recipe for disaster.
So it sounds like for you went through these moments of actually seeing things firsthand for yourself. So you had these moments leading up to really coming out on the stage October in Butler, Pennsylvania with President Trump.
You just can't have a country like this. I supported Obama. I gave the maximum donation to Obama. Actually, we had a pretty good relationship. When Biden was elected out, I guess most moderates that I knew, they thought it would be like a milquetoast version of Obama. And then it's like, we get the most radical left, crazy administration ever. With and Biden is actually non-compos mentis, President Autopen, basically. Biden was President Autopen. Whoever controlled the Autopen, the teleprompter during the Biden administration, was the real president. If a reasonable person who's open-minded was exposed to the same information that I was exposed to, they would end up at the same place that I ended up.
You grew up in South Africa. You lived during a period of apartheid. I'm sure you've seen a lot of horrific things. So to be called a Nazi by people, to be made out to be this monster, that must be really hard for you.
It's a relentless propaganda campaign, which obviously President Trump has experienced
baseless
for
Nazi
a very long
accusations. Well, I mean, he kind of did do a sig howl at the inauguration, so I think there's a little bit of base, right?
time, 20 years, maybe.
Also, his app is full of Nazis, right?
Longer, and politics is a blood sport. So they're going to come up with whatever attacks they can to destroy the public perception of someone. Now, obviously, I've not harmed anyone in my life. They've also called President Trump a Nazi, but he also is not a violent person, and in fact has done a lot to prevent wars and stop wars. Which is the very opposite of being a Nazi, actually.
Right. Ironic how that works out.
Yes, but it is disappointing how well propaganda works.
Yeah.
If you repeat a lie, the sort of he's a Nazi lie enough times, some people actually believe it. Especially people that still believe the legacy news. But they really are trying every angle to get me. They are doing character assassination.
Death by 1,000 cuts.
It shows that if what we were doing at Doge was not effective, they wouldn't care. But it is effective, and that's why they're trying every angle to put pressure on me and Doge to stop fixing the government.
Talk about your relationship with President Trump. You came to DC. People immediately said, oh wait, Elon Musk is in charge of things here. Very clearly President Trump is.
I do consider the president a friend. I think he considers me a friend, and we get along very well. I think probably if you asked us both the same set of questions in two different rooms, 80% of the time we'd come up with the same answer.
Okay.
Which is not to say that we always agree, but we almost always agree. Getting rid of waste and fraud in the government and ensuring the rule of law is followed. We've seen just crazy things like the 20 million dead people in the Social Security database marked as alive, many of whom were receiving benefits. One person was 360 years old.
Wow, older than the country.
You'd think that would be a bit of a red flag, They're older than America.
I can't look. Wait.
Benefits. One person was 360 years old.
Wow, older than the country.
Think that would
360. What are they saying? 360 years old? Though no, it was founded like 450 years ago. Am I wrong? Well, because they arrived, the colonizers arrived in St. Augustine around 450 years ago. I could be wrong though. I guess it wasn't formed at that time, right? Yes, yeah, it wasn't formed then, but it was discovered. I guess it's kind of the same thing, right? It's only 248 years old. That's kind of young, I think.
Would be a bit of a red flag, you know. They're older than America, and you know,
older than America. They're the oldest person to ever. They're older than the Declaration of Independence.
we found people receiving unemployment insurance with a birth date in the future. We found at the Small Business Administration.
Actually, no, I think that is older. Wait, is that older? I don't even know. I want to make sure. Oh yeah, it's the same. Okay, I just want to make sure. In gross department, delegates began signing it August 2nd. So basically, it's like a little bit after, like a week after, or 364 days prior. Oh.
That they're giving out loans to people as young as 9 months. So we're stopping things like that. We've actually found there's a lot of people who are federal government employees, they're active employees who nonetheless applied for and have received unemployment insurance.
While they're federal employees.
Yes.
Wow.
And this appears to be at least 100,000 people.
Wow. We know that you're finding all of this, but you're actually also simultaneously running several companies. What else are you doing, and how are you doing it, and where are you doing it? Are you sleeping? Are you traveling all the time?
Dude, he has to be outsourcing these companies. I mean, come on. How does he do it, right? He's like gaming. He's like on Twitter, right? He's like doing everything. It's just like, I don't know.
This is a very difficult, that's why I made that sort of, I'm wearing many hats joke. The cabinet was given the Gulf of America hat, I believe it was. So you see all the hats there. And then I happen to have a Doge hat.
Gulf of America still? Or is it Gulf of Mexico? I thought it was Gulf of America now. But I still see some things say Gulf of Mexico.
You know what? I'll put a hat on a hat and prove to people that I'm wearing more than...
You really are.
I am wearing more than one hat. Even my hat has a hat. So it requires intense effort for, like I said, for about 3 months, which we're kind of at the 3-month point now. And then I can taper my time allocation, but still get things done. So, and I've talked this over with the president, so this is no surprise, or if
anyone knows about multitasking and getting a lot done, it's him.
Absolutely. He's very good at multitasking and getting a lot done in many different arenas. I also still have my little office, my cute little office in the West Wing, by the way. It's like comically small. People have taken photos of it and stuff. But I wanted it to be tiny. And even this office, I use, but it's also used for meetings and stuff. So I try not to, use up a lot of space. In fact, I usually don't even have at my companies, I don't even have an office. I just walk around, talk to people, and have meetings.
That's how you know what's going on.
Yes, that's how you know what's going on.
Now, very famously, there was a story about you when you first came to DC, that you slept on a couch in your office. This is where the richest man in the world slept.
Yeah.
Wow. That's amazing. Why did you do that?
Well, I didn't really have a good place to stay at the time.
Wow. How long did you do that?
For off and on for a few weeks.
That's incredible.
Yeah, it's the worst places to sleep.
Right.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey,
sleep on the floor, right? So you don't even got a bed, you got a couch, right? Because you're not sleeping, you don't even got a couch. Ooh, that'd be bad. That'd be torture. Get me out of it. Okay. Thinking I could make a song, but I want to save it savory for the greats are good, something Let's see. Trump is not a Nazi. He's arguably worse. Okay, let's see.
All I see before me in my future is a black precipice when America's torch of liberty is finally snuffed out once and for all, and we fully portray the ethos this nation was founded upon.
I signed an executive order banning men.
Gosh, Shakespeare or something. Wait, you aren't Shiloh? I am Shiloh. What do you mean? What a name. What is that name? Vertas? I don't even know. Veritas Trismegistus. Veritas Trismegistus. Oh my god, I don't even know what to say to that.
And from playing in women's sports.
He's not Hitler.
Oh, I am Shiloh though. She stole my name. Actually, technically I stole her name because she's older, but we got the same name. Which is weird because not many people have that name that I know.
He's not a Nazi. He's arguably worse.
Yo, what's up, guys? We're here live right now at the Fighting Oligarchy Tour in Bakersfield, California. I don't know if y'all can see this right here, but this is an official press pass. Capital P, full court press, member of the Fourth Estate, true American journalist. I haven't got one of these bad boys since Alien Con in 2019. People, aliens are real. Feels pretty good. Not sure what advantage I really have, but I guess I get to film inside, which is tight. I'm normally an outside, in the field kind of fella. Shout out to Kern County's premier pediatric services. I'm not a kid and I'm not sick, but if I was, you know where the fuck I'd be at.
I'm here to listen to the message because this is America and we can go listen to what we want. I live here in Kern County, so if someone's coming to Kern County, it's a public event. I want to come check it out.
How do you think Trump's been doing so far?
I'm not a fan of just throwing tariffs around. You know, you have to be real careful with that.
You think Bernie's an American patriot?
I think he is. They believe in this country. I don't agree with a lot of what he says, but I think he has the right to say it.
Bernie would win in 2016, Bernie would win in 2020, Bernie would win in 24, and Bernie would win in 28.
Do you think he would have beat Trump?
In my heart. I don't know if we're there yet. It's really hard. It's the same thing with Kamala. I feel like to vote for somebody that people see as radical as Bernie Sanders is, and I don't know if he would have beat him.
He calls himself a communist.
Well, I don't know about that.
I am a socialist. Socialist, yeah.
Yeah.
And that kind of concerns me too, because
when it comes to socialism, you're just one step away from communism anyways.
I'm a capitalist, I'm a conservative, I'm not a socialist. I don't believe in socialism. Socialism has never worked in this world.
Well, I think social democracy has worked, but full-blown authoritarian socialism has always failed.
Right, but we are a constitutional republic, so that cuts against who we are as a nation, who our founding fathers have put out. We are a constitutional republic.
But do you think our founding fathers could have possibly imagined the level of tech billionaires that would hoard resources?
Right, that's all it is. It's just rich people. That's all it is. But don't even think about these guys either. I don't even think it's just them too. I think it's the government, but it's also there's these families. Let me show you. Okay. Now we're getting to it. "13 families that run the world." It gets deep, bro. So you got the all-seeing eye, corporations, etc. So, you got your plebs down here. Then you got your corporations, or media, really. Media, schools, etc. Government, intelligence, community, military, police, courts, religion, etc. And then you got your corporations, right? These are your capitalists, right? And then you got your central banks, tax revenue, interest revenue, etc. Think tanks. Oh, look at that. Oh my God. That looks scary right there. Committee 300, world's richest, most powerful, rich families, right? So There's them, and then this is what Crown Council of 13. 13 of the richest, most powerful families in the world. Let that one sink in. Okay. You got the world monarch, and then you got the Illuminati, or whatever that's supposed to be, the all-seeing eye. $570 trillion, worth $2.9 trillion. Here's the names. Okay. Here's the names. I think these guys can either help with the problem or are the problem. You know?
And how little
these guys are also the problem, but they can only do so much, right? Like Zuckerberg can only do so much, Bezos can only do so much. It's the government. It's the government. Because the government buddy these guys up and gets them juiced up anyways. It's the government.
Sources and how little people would be getting paid to work for them.
I don't think I'll.
And corporations.
Founding fathers.
It's not like corporations don't play any part. They do. But I think the government is why they've been able to exploit it.
Could have imagined stoplights on corners. I don't think they could have imagined the 405, you know, come on. Yeah. Who can imagine that? But why can't we solve that?
Yeah.
Why can't we solve the traffic congestion? Why? Because we aren't talking. We're talking at each other instead of with each other.
Yeah.
Has a poor person
exactly. So why don't we have our fungi? What's it called? Let me see. Let me go back to it. That shit was called a philosophy, a philly. Whatever it say. Fis serum polyphilsa. Polycephalum. Look at this shit. We heading at each other. We should be moving like this nigga. But we're not moving like him. We gotta start moving like him.
Never gave you a job. I've never gotten a job from a poor person. I've worked for large companies. I've worked for myself.
You know, when you get into ideologies, you're going to get this lock thing that we have. I think let's listen to solutions and put some solutions together for the American people.
What do you think's the biggest problem facing America right now?
A certain group of people have decided to play politics with our lives, to find the wedge issues that divide us instead of finding all the numerous ways to unite us.
What do you think are some of those wedge issues they've used to divide the common public?
You know, outside we're seeing, oh, abortion is murder and this and that. Another one has to do with race, DEI programs.
Mexicans, Asians, whites. I'm a minority and as a white guy in the Central Valley. And I don't focus on that because, again, you know what? It doesn't matter.
My administration has taken action to abolish all discriminatory diversity, equity, and inclusion nonsense.
These are all values that we used to have as Americans that are being twisted and used against us.
That's obscene, and it distorts our ability to engage in civics, you know, in true democracy.
You know, the Democratic Party is just a corporatist party, where the Republican Party is an oligarch party. No one is for the working class man or woman. Workers getting a share of the profits that they create. It used to be a thing that we had in America. Now it's a person's wealthy because they are smarter than, or they work harder, and we know that the lowest paid people are the more often than not are the hardest working people.
Do you think there should be like this class of billionaires that hoard so much wealth when the minimum wage is so low in some states?
Well, I don't want to punish them for being successful. A good example of what I was just saying is Elon Musk. He doesn't sleep, 12 hours a day and then just mosey on into an office and expect something. The dude's in his factory sleeping on the floor saying, I'm going to get the American dream. It's like these people are complaining about 40 hours a week. Oh, I don't want to work that. Well, when my son got his job 40 hours a week, I said, I remember my first part-time job too. Yeah. Because I had to work 60, 65 to buy my house and live the American dream.
Yeah.
People don't want to do that anymore. Some of the reason is the same reason they're poor. Poor life decisions.
Thousands of people fill the street today for the latest Fighting the Oligarchy tour. Senator Bernie Sanders making stops around the country, talking with crowds about, quote, how to take on the oligarchs and corporate interests.
And it's propelling progressive lawmakers to the front of the line, become the face of what amounts to Democratic Party resistance.
You're on the wrong side, folks. You're on the losing team.
An oligarch's just kind of like a small group of rich people like controlling the government. And that's pretty much what's happening with us now. The president was elected. You have a bunch of billionaires right behind him. It's literally right in the open. You can see it dramatically.
People will look back on this age and go, how did this happen? And the truth is, a lot of us let this happen because we believed that fascism and authoritarian ideology could never take root in America because we fought Nazis and the Italians in some far-off war in days long by.
And I will be damned if we're going to dishonor those men and women who fought and died for democracy by allowing Trump to become a dictator.
I think overall, he has the right idea on everything he's been doing. I know there's a bit of controversy with like the whole Israel has the right to defend himself.
Israel has a right to defend itself.
But I feel like he kind of understands the premise of like Palestinians are being.
Well, I think that he made those statements like in the immediate aftermath of October 7th. But if you look at him now, I think he's quite critical of Israel's response.
Correct, and I love that. So that's why I've been also still supporting him.
While Israel had a right to defend itself against the horrific Hamas terrorist attack of October 7th, it did not have the right to wage an all-out war against the entire Palestinian people.
But I know there's some people, especially my family, where they still just only view that one sentence he said and be like, oh, well, Bernie, I give up on him, which I don't think you should really, fully look at entirely as his whole picture because he's been fighting since he's been young and he truly knows what's right. So I'm happy he's doing the tour.
I mean, he's been fighting for the same thing since freaking whenever, right? He was born a long time ago. He's an older guy, an older white dude, and he actually sticks to what he believes. And that's not very common in politics.
He's been out here like he's been active, spry, in the moment, like real life there. Real life.
Oh.
And to clarify, this is not exactly a Bernie Sanders rally. It's the Fighting Oligarchy tour.
Correct.
So he's not planning to run for president during the midterm.
Yeah, exactly. Not at all.
Just out here to be with some like-minded folks who are ready to fight back against the oligarchy.
You like Bernie Sanders?
Yeah, I'm a leftist, like politically. I'm
But
queer.
wasn't there always an oligarchy? It just was hidden. And these guys have just been like, yep, we're here. So they're kind of providing a bit of transparency. So you don't have to like wonder, like, is it not? What? It's the same thing with Twitter, where like Twitter's like, you don't have to wonder and ponder what people are thinking because you already know. You know what I mean? This is what it is.
I would prefer to exist
Obviously,
still.
What threat do you feel like the Trump administration poses to the queer community?
Outlawing HRT. Like, I feel like they say it's just about like the kids on HRT and like stuff like that. But I really do think they're going to make a push for just banning it outright, even for adults. It's just going to get messy.
What do you think about Bernie Sanders?
I mean, what's not to think about him? He's on the right side of history, right?
Yeah. What do you think's going on right now in the country?
It's going to shit. Are you kidding me right now?
What are the top 3 terrible things they're doing right now?
Taking people off the street who are here legally, throwing them in the gulag over there in another country, particularly the one fella, I forget his name.
Kilmar Obrega Garcia, Maryland father who was mistakenly deported by the Trump administration.
That's outrageous. Due process is critical for all of us. The other I'd say is the tariffs. What a joke. Like people like, oh, Trump's a genius. This is all planned. No, it's not. He thinks he knows more than every economist in the world. He doesn't. Treasury bonds, they're critical to the success and well-being of our country. Those have gone haywire. When that happened, and that's why he responded. He realized, oh, my people are telling me that I'm killing our economy.
The president here announcing a 90-day pause on tariffs, though it's not clear specifically which countries this pause is going to apply to.
So that's a big one. Free speech in general, students on campuses. He's cracking down on legal firms who have done work that he doesn't like. What country are we in? Is this Russia?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
So if Bernie said something that resonated with you, would you be open to changing your mind about certain things?
Well, absolutely. Absolutely. I'm old, but not that old.
We have a corrupt campaign.
I think that some people are leaning towards like the diplomacy of the government, instead of understanding that it was always fucked. It was always fucked. It was always corrupt. You're talking about Bernie has been saying we should stop an oligarchy for about fucking 50 years now, okay? And so it's like you can continue. It's like, yeah, this is a problem, but when is it going to get fixed? Honestly, it seems like it's getting fixed clearly or more transparently now than compared to any of the, you know, past few decades. I mean, nobody even really knew. They kind of had like speculation, but it was never like, hey guys, here we are. Here we are. Mark Zuckerberg out here. Look at me. You know? Now, it's the corporations. Everybody knows it. And the government. So how do you fix it? You audit the government.
Finance system which allows billionaires through their super PACs to spend as much money as they want to elect and defeat candidates who stand up for the working class.
Just like trickle-down economics doesn't work, it doesn't work for politics either. A lot of money is being spent at the top of the ticket going down, and then we roll the dice to see if wins. You know, I like to say when the working class is struggling, folks tend towards either left populism or right populism, and I think that the establishment of the Democratic Party didn't realize how much the working class was struggling. They decided to play their games, and you know, they fucked around, and then they found out.
What can you tell us, for those who don't know, about how he was disenfranchised during the 2016 primaries?
I think one of the main factors is that, you know, he was running as an independent.
Can you talk a little bit about what happened in 2016?
I mean, I was a super volunteer back then, so I was a baby organizer. The establishment of the Democratic Party was really, really scared of his economic populist message.
It's sad. It's being rigged against Crazy Bernie. Crazy Bernie's going to go crazy.
The Democratic Party is very hard against people that aren't going to be a part of the Democratic Party because they have a lot of funders that are for them.
Secretary Clinton was busy giving speeches to Goldman Sachs for $225,000 a speech.
They're against anyone who isn't as radical as it possibly can get. That's what it is. If you haven't been radicalized, then you can't prioritize their agenda.
So the proper response, in my view, is we should break them up. And that's what my legislation does.
If Bernie's running as an independent and kind of going against the Democratic Party to some extent, they're going to like look past him and kind of do as much power to get rid of him, because at the end of the day, the Democratic Party is also not as progressive as you may think they are. I feel like Democrat and the Republican Party are pretty much identical, especially nowadays where they're passing most of the bills that the Republican Party are even putting forth.
The corporate Democrats and the political right knows that left populists, that we're the enemy because we actually are offering the thing that the country wants.
Yo, what's up, people? With the fight against the oligarchy raging on, it's vital to make sure the manipulative mainstream media isn't getting into your head and making you a foot soldier in their never-ending war for complete and utter cultural and political domination. As y'all know, different outlets push different agendas, shaping the story to fit their own narratives, which is why independent reporting matters. But before we even put boots on the ground, we get informed using ground news. Ground news is a dope-ass news.
It's like it's groundwork. It's clockwork with these ads. Clockwork. Dude, that's the longest ad. How long is this ad? Oh my god, it's like 5 minutes. The crust, man.
Oligarch, stay informed and don't let the media.
Hard pass for me.
How come?
Sorry,
Well, I just think we should live in a democracy where everyone has an equal voice, and when somebody's worth billions of dollars, it doesn't matter how your democracy is set up, they're going to have an undue influence. And obviously we need to undo Citizens United. We need to tighten campaign finance laws.
It's not like he has billionaire backers that are like in the tech industry. Yeah. He's for the people. Even the ads you see, he's like, hey, I'm here, I need some help, please donate.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
What is Citizens United for somebody unfamiliar?
It was allowed essentially unlimited money from corporations going into PACs and other political entities. You as an individual can only donate $3,500 to me for the primary, $3,500 for the general election. But large corporations could donate millions and millions of dollars to PACs that are quote unquote independent, but that shamelessly promote certain candidates and disparage others.
If you would like to become the most powerful person in Washington like Mr. Musk, just contribute $270 million to Trump's campaign.
But we also just need to make sure there are no billionaires. I would love to be worth $80 million. That sounds great. But the discrepancy needs to be throttled. We can't have people that are worth more money than Jesus.
It should just be a cap, right? Because you can't do that with a company. You can't limit the cap of a company's evaluation. You can with an individual, or you can't, but you should be able to. And it won't harm the metrics, because obviously a company employs people, and obviously if that's their company, then that evaluation equals the company. But obviously there's private assets or things like that, and that's if they sell the company, then they're liquidated for that much profit. The company itself, though, employs tons and tons of people, and so there should be a cap on like individualistic private interests. I think like a Zuckerberg, Elon, Jeff Bezos, you know, I feel like they can only do so much, like genuinely. And why hasn't anyone, like Zuckerberg has done interviews. He just recently did an interview, and nobody's asked him a question about, I don't think anyone's asked him a question. Maybe I could be wrong, I don't know. About like his companies, is he like with Doge, etc. What was that billionaire meeting about, or why would they have the inauguration? Like, I don't know. I could be wrong though.
Jesus Christ could have made if he was making $1 million a year.
Capping people's net worth. It's really about, of course, when it's my time to be adult, now I got to deal with all this bullshit. I think it's more so about yeah, I mean, he's right. Does someone really need $80 billion? Like, they don't need $80 billion. They just don't.
Years since he was born. So I think the marginal tax rate, once you get into the billions, should be 100%. That money should just 100% go back to the public to do public good.
Oligarchs are people who have a serious addiction problem.
I would say too, just that power. There's something about certain people. Well, they say what? Power corrupts. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. And you know, I've never been in that position to feel what that is, but it's a thing. It's been around for thousands of years,
but the
right?
question is, why do people want power?
You know, I think for me, it's a mental flaw in their brains.
Do you think that the desire to dominate others does come from the fear of death?
It could be that they're trying to pass it down to other generations, possibly, like Trump's family.
Which is the fear of legacy dying. It all comes down to the idea of impermanence.
Yeah, it could very well be. I mean, Trump for sure, I mean, he'll be remembered. There's no doubt he'll be remembered in history. He thinks he's going to be remembered as one of the best. No, he's going to be remembered as the most evil, the most horrible, the most terrible, you know.
How do you feel about the people out there who are always hating on Bakersfield? Fuck them.
Yeah, fuck them. But also, I get it. I've lived here a lot of my life, but there's good things here. The food is good. We've got lots of good people besides those Trumpies that are outside right now going crazy. I'm surprised there's not more. I'm a little embarrassed for them, honestly.
As I mentioned, we're still in Bakersfield, California. Don't be surprised, we were just inside, now we're outside. And I want to establish a new Channel 5 rule. No hating on Bakersfield. If you hate on Bakersfield, you will be blocked. You will be sent to some kind of re-education camp. And we're going to use that Patreon subscriber money to create a private police force to find you and take you there personally. We're here in Bakersfield, Centennial Plaza, Chevron, fuck BP, fuck Exxon. I don't want to say anything bad about the Dinosaur gas station because I like the merchandise and I want to get a sponsorship from them in time so I can take pictures with the dinosaur wherever I want and maybe get a dinosaur of my own. We got some Trump supporters across the street. They got a banner that says abortion kills children. They're having a vigil for all of the fetuses destroyed by the satanic cabal of George Soros funded Planned Parenthood abortionists.
Like I said, he's not Hitler, but like Hitler, he also uses economic populism in order to tie it to the Jews. Like with George Soros, when they claim that George Soros is secretly funding everything, like Hitler once claimed.
Do you know George Soros owns Hot Ones now?
Really?
Yeah, isn't that weird?
He's just another rich person who's like vaguely left leaning. I don't.
George Soros is the Illuminati.
Hate him, but I don't support him. It's sort of like a very neutral relationship. Like, yes, thank you for supporting the party.
Also, we should tax BlackRock 50% of all their equity. Yeah.
Democrats and such. You could be doing more.
Yeah. Who do you think is the true enemy?
Oligarchs like Donald Trump and Elon Musk. And every hedge fund manager, every Wall Street stock analyst who only took into account the total financial value that their actions would bring them, and not the wider effect that it would have on Americans.
Best Mexican spot in Bakersfield.
Tacos de Huicho. It's off of Union Avenue. It's like this small little spot. It's not the best area of town, but it's fine. You might see a prostitute or two walk by while you're eating your tacos, but it's good. They're really good. And the salsa bar is good too. You can get as much salsa and toppings as you want.
I was at a 7-Eleven on the east side one time.
Yeah.
I saw a dude in a Raiders jersey rap battling a ghost.
No way.
You know what I mean?
That checks out. Yeah. Like, that makes sense. I'm not surprised.
While I was midway through filming at the event, I found something I'd been desperately searching for quite some time, which is an educated primary source to provide some input for my first environmental piece that I've been working on for the past 4 months, which is about the rapidly deteriorating situation at California's Salton Sea, an allegedly toxic man-made body of water that is currently drying up as a result of a few factors.
When I came here in 2008, this was all underwater.
Thankfully, the gentleman I was interviewing was actually a progressive congressional candidate with a ton of information about the situation at hand.
So I'm running for Congress in District 23, where Yucca Valley, Victorville, Redlands, Big Bear are.
What can you tell us about the ecological situation happening right now with the Salton Sea?
My background is actually an environmental scientist. I worked at NOAA before I started the distillery, and the Salton Sea has been one of my favorite places to go for solitude and relaxation, going to the slabs, going to the hot springs near there. It's just a beautiful, serene environment. Right now, the sea isn't draining, and it's evaporating and causing serious environmental hazards from agricultural runoff that gets into the soil, then the dust blows around as the water dissipates. So we need to find some kind of strategy to mitigate those environmental impacts.
They can save it if they want to. All of those toxins at the bottom of the lake floor, like while the water is on top of it, it's fine. And if they bring the water back, and a problem. But as the lake dries up, it's released into the air, and it's going to be such a huge disaster. It's not just going to affect us here in Bombay Beach. As the Salton Sea dries up, it's going to affect LA. It's going to affect like Palm Springs. All them old people, they're going to be dead. Nobody's going to be able to fucking breathe.
Lithium mining, if it's done responsibly, could potentially be that strategy. I'm not sure that the way it's going to be gone about right now is going to be in the way that's going to best protect the populations that do actually live there. A lot of people don't realize that folks live around the Salton Sea still.
Yeah, we're doing a documentary right now about the Bombay Beach community, and they have the highest rate of asthma of anywhere else in California because of the silt that's coming from the basin of the Salton Sea and drifting into the air. Here's a preview of our new documentary, Save the Salton Sea, which is...
Wait, so they have highest, what? Oh my gosh. It's interesting because I have asthma as well. So I don't know, it's just interesting. How did they get it from toxic dust though? That's insane, what the fuck? There's nothing you can do. When it's in the air, it's in the air.
It's available right now, exclusively on our Patreon at www.patreon.com/channel5.
Yeah, I'm Kevin, here at Bombay Beach. Until 2017, I was a software developer.
It's like a guy from a fucking, this is like a character from Hangover. Yeah, I'm Kevin. Wasn't that a character? I feel like this is like that one character from, I think when South Park went to the future during the pre-COVID episode.
Here,
it's like Kevin.
Bombay Beach. Until 2017, I was a software developer. Like what's happening to a lot of people in the tech community now, layoffs left and right. I got laid off. And by that time, though, I was like, photography is more my passion. I got tired of the whole corporate bullshit and all that, where one minute they want you and then next, minute they're laying off a bunch of people that are like, fuck you, and then they're begging for, I wasn't meant to work in a windowless cubicle all day. And yeah, this is my home.
I am Cornholio. I need TV for my Bible.
My name's James Raymond DeCourcy. I've been here since 1988. I did 9 years, 8 months, and 23 days in Folsom State Prison. I had my 18th birthday in Folsom State Prison. I was still on parole when I moved out here.
Oh my God, this guy's swastika on his arm. No care.
8. I did 9.
And he's had it for a while too. He says
10 years, 8 months.
Old and it's like age.
23 days in Folsom State Prison. I had my 18th birthday in.
Ooh, disgusting. No, you can't even see it. Oh, make sure you get that. Ooh, got him. Got him. 5K.
Folsom State Prison. I was still on parole when I moved out here to Bombay Beach. There was a guy I met in there that had 16 life sentences, and he ended up in Folsom when he was 14, which was back in the 30s.
The 30s.
And when I went, he asked me if they were still riding horses and driving buggies, and I went, "What?" He goes, "What?"
Nigga, the 30s. He got to be about, how old is, what? This nigga would have to be 80 something years old or some shit.
"What are they doing now?" I said, "Oh, they're driving cars." He looked at me and goes, "What's a car?" "Hi, Mark, how you doing?"
I don't know. It all depends on if they can save the sea.
My name is Sonia Herbert, and off and on I've been here since 1974. They don't care about saving the sea, and it's a beautiful area. And the people that have the power to do anything have never been here. They've never walked along the beach and seen the beauty.
My name is Tala. I worked for the Department of Defense for 19 years. I was a financial analyst. And then COVID happened. You know, then they wanted us to get vaccinated, and that was a big problem for me.
The only way.
That's denims in about 2 decades, yeah.
The Salton Seas are going to get refilled is to build, you know, a canal connecting it to the ocean.
Oh my God.
The trouble is that's not the only thing. They're also going to have to desalinate the water. And the trouble is desalination uses a lot of energy. There's a reason why LA and San Diego aren't doing desalination on a large scale.
Yeah. No sawan. It's a huge energy problem. That's also why, you know, we don't just purify ocean water and then just start drinking it, right? It just costs too much.
Yeah, desal is incredible if we had renewable energy to make it work.
Which I think we do. We have a sun. How are we not fully solar? I don't understand. All you need is solar panels and solar batteries. It's so simple. Oh my gosh.
Unfortunately,
I swear you could run the entire planet on solar batteries and solar panels. Could you not? Could you not? You could. Did you know? I just found this out. The Earth is so big. Did you know in Jacksonville, Florida, you could fit everyone in the world in Jacksonville, Florida? Everyone in the world can all fit in Jacksonville, Florida. That gives you a bit of perspective on surface area and how big the Earth is. So why not just have a bunch of like maxed out solar panels everywhere? Everywhere you go, it's solar. It's collecting energy from the, I swear that's all the pyramids were. Maybe. It's just a guess. It was just a big electrical power grid that powered the entire planet, maybe. And they use kinetic energy with springs at the bottom or something. And the reason why there's water tunnels is because it's not a water tunnel, it's a wire. A wire that is made of water that conducts electricity to certain areas. Boom, 200 IQ take.
With the current fossil fuel powered grid, desalination is an extremely CO2 intensive process. What I would love to see is a renewable grid where we could use desalination as opposed to depleting our fossil water in reservoirs that are not going to be replenished. But we have to take care of the renewable energy piece first. It was never really designed to be an ecologically stable situation, but if I had $1 trillion, I suppose we could build a canal or something so that I could have drainage like it needs and have inflows coming into it. Of course, you need to crack down on all the pollution coming from the agricultural industries. But what I would love is to find a solution where we can keep the sea intact because it's incredibly beautiful, it's enjoyable for water sports, and it's, like I said, a very, very important wildlife habitat, especially for migratory birds.
But it's going to be hard.
It'd be incredibly difficult to keep it how it was in the 60s or the 70s. To get it back to that and keep it that way would take an incredible infrastructure project.
Do you think that the mainstream media and TV outlets that project news and information should be nationalized?
I think that there's a delicate balance between.
I think what's happening is, I think something that is not being, I think some people are not going to be able to catch up to the surmountable, excessive amount of financial gain that will come from crypto. And even though, like, obviously it makes even more rich people even more rich, you can still learn how to trade crypto even with meme coins, and you still get rich with the rich. You just have to be able to, you have to set yourself up, right? You want to own mostly Bitcoin, mostly Bitcoin, 70% Bitcoin, 15% Ethereum, like 21 like XRP and like any like AI stocks or whatever. And then the rest is like shit coins that you just day trade and hopefully you make an insane bag off of. Those, that's really the sauce. That's really the sauce. Obviously buy Solana, right? But like boomers and shit, they're not gonna know how to do that, bro. They're old as shit. They don't know computers. That's part of the reason why the government's trash. They don't know computers. They don't know what a fucking it depends on the boomer, right? But they don't know what I don't know, fucking what delegating your coin is, or the blockchain, Web3. They don't know that shit. So you got 40 plus. Some people are just they're 40 plus. They don't even know what's happening. Even in 30s. Ah shit. Shit. The belt clamped on me. A belt clamped on me. So like, and there's just systems in place that allow you to, but like they're just not gonna have that recollection of like what's actually happening. They're gonna be bots. They're gonna be drones. They're not gonna know. It's gonna be bad. It's bad biz.
Between wanting to prevent government propaganda and wanting to prevent oligarchic propaganda.
I think it's gonna go fast. I think it's gonna be like crypto is just like a normalized, like centralized currency or decentralized currency. It already is, but like it's gonna be like, I mean, technically is. It's gonna be everywhere, right? Bitcoin ATMs, Bitcoin, like everything's gonna eventually go to Bitcoin, no? And then like you'll probably use Bitcoin to rent a robo-taxi or some shit. Eventually, or something like that, right? You'll eventually use, Ethereum to buy a Tesla robot.
Propaganda. And so I think what
It's just gonna be a thing. It just is. It just is.
What I'd love to see is more listener-supported media, independent brands that are supported through democratic processes, not necessarily owned by the federal government. I mean, can you imagine what the Trump administration news network would look like right now? It's equally wrong when you have multi-billionaires that are owning, 80% of the media space, and they're able to push out whatever agenda serves their profit interests.
I do believe that there are control issues out there, I think on both sides. I still think ultimately we, the American people, have to come together and work this thing out. And I think blaming this or blaming that is, I don't know how helpful that's going to be. Yeah. But I think we need to come together and look for solutions.
Channel 5 Live worldwide, Hollywood and Vine.
Fuck the authority, Channel 5 News.
Channel 55. We don't fuck.
The divisive nature is never going to work. It never has worked and it never will.
What cost us? And 5 is the best number.
Hey, what's up, guys? Oh, shit. Hey, man, thanks for that web link. It's really working. I don't know if you guys missed the memo, but we just dropped an entire feature film. That's right, a full-blown movie at www.dearkellyfilm.com.
Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, that camera looked insane. This looks like a movie camera, bro.
Oh, shit. Hey, man, thanks for that web link. It's really working. I don't know if you guys missed the memo, but we just dropped an entire feature film. That's right, a full-blown movie at www.dearkellyfilm.com.
DearKellyFilm.com.
It's an action-packed movie that revolves around the life and times of Kelly Johnson, aka Kelly J. Patriot.
Kobe Bryant was assassinated by the Quins.
Come here, Nazi, you're going to Guantanamo.
Oh my gosh, what did I do? Am I getting canceled?
The Democrats don't like you, they're gonna cancel you. It documents his semi-estranged family and their attempt to pull him out of the rabbit hole.
Are you selling baby parts, yes or no? Don't tread on me. Don't even think about it.
I don't want to say too much, but it's a good movie. If you guys want to watch it, it would mean a lot. www.dearkellyfilm.com. It's available for rent and buy. You can rent it for $5.55, or you can buy it for $15.55.
www.dearkellyfilm.com. www.dearkellyfilm.com. www.dearkelly.
This is a good video. Edric Callahan's pretty good. He's always had good videos. So it's okay. I think that's it, right? I think. Oh, yeah, maybe so. Yeah, didn't really go over like IDub stuff that much, but somewhat, right? Oh, where is it at? Oh, that could be a good one. And you'll feel better when you wake up. Okay. I don't even fuck with nobody, what's the deal? I'ma lay back, get back, pop pill. Driving in the coupe, I don't even grab a wheel. Alright, team. I still don't even know what to end with, bro. I'll just end with nothing. Just turn it off. I bet they know the name and the game. What's the video that they roll up the old Spain? Bought up on it, ice trays for the game. Root wheel, Venom wheel, 101 from Spain. Bought up on it, ice trays for the game. Alright, I know we're gonna end with, okay? Wait, what is this song? This, I think I remember this, but I forgot how it goes. I wanna hear it. Oh, I remember this. Alright, we're gonna end with it, bro. I remember this, bro. This used to be my song, bro. It's kind of depressing, but it is what it is. Challenge yourself. Alright, team. Peace.
She told me that it's all my fault. Would've been right on another road. She told me that it's all my fault. It would've been perfect all along. It would've been right and not another road. And it would be a happy, not a sad song. Cause it's all my fault. She would've been perfect on her own. too much, so shy the fuck up. You heated too much, you high the summer. I'll let you cool down, and I brought you round, mama, but you let me down. Yeah, you let me drown in drama. You're talking too much, so shy the fuck up. You're talking too much, so shy the fuck up. You're talking too much, so shy the fuck up. You're talking too much, so shy the fuck up. I'll let you cool down, and I brought you round, mama, but you let me down. Yeah, you let me drown, drown. She told me that it's all my fault. It would've been perfect all along. It would've been right and not another wrong. And it would be a happy, not a sad song. Oh, cause it's all my fault. She would've been perfect on her own. I should've took her right, but I took her wrong. And now this ain't a happy, it's a sad song. Oh, she told me that it's all my fault. It would've been right and not another wrong. And it would be a happy, not a sad song. Cause it's all my fault. She would've been perfect on her own. And now this ain't a happy, it's a sad song. She told me that it's all my fault. It would've been perfect all along. It would've been a right and not another wrong. And it would be a happy, not a sad song. Oh, cause it's all my fault. She would've been perfect on her own. I should've took her right, but I took her wrong. And now this ain't a happy, it's a sad song. Oh.